Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
We were all Richard Allen!
You pieces of shit got to the jury, didn't you?
Huh?
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Couldn't get that thing to work. Oh wow, that's crazy. Oops, let me go fix this. My audio's messed up. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, way down there. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like the dog camera's working, but they're the same color as the bed. I can see him sitting there. It's not really though. The bed's blue and they're cream colors, but it's light blue, so I don't really see it. Well, I hope you guys watched the video from today. Thought that was a pretty interesting topic. We'll be talking about that again later this evening. But first we're going to go over that, you guys heard about that firing squad that they had in South Carolina for Brad Sigman, a killer. That's pretty interesting. But hey, while we're here, everybody, if you could please help support the channel tonight. We didn't reach our goal yesterday, so it'd be nice to reach the goal tonight. All right, that was, I don't know. I drove all the way out to the locks. I think that sort of threw everything off, unfortunately. And thank you up there to Shelby Woo Woo. All right, so there was an execution in South Carolina of a psycho killer named Brad Sigman. So I went up and I was kind of curious. I'd never heard of this story because it happened, I think, in 2001 in, I think, April 27th. So I went back in time and I looked this guy up on newspapers.com. So the murders happened in 2001, but then I was able to find him in newspapers.com in various articles here. Like here's one right here where his name is Brad Keith Sigman, 19 years old in 1976, of Lot 31, Westgate Trailer Court, Greer, was arrested Saturday by deputies Tom Scruggs and Marvin Holcomb and John Duncan. He was charged with armed robbery and placed in the Greenville County Detention Center. The attendant at the Tigerville restaurant told deputies a youth with long, straight, dirty brown hair was standing at his back door when he opened to a late-night knock. Hey, thanks, Vogue. The attendant said the youth was pointing what looked like a .38 caliber blue steel revolver, but later turned out to be a pellet gun. The youth threatened to blow the man's brains out with the gun. He made him open the cash register, turn over the money, and then lie on the floor while the bandit ran out and drove away. So that was a story. That's him when he's like 19 years old, right? So that was 1976. And this is just one of those people that should have been executed, okay? And then I guess in 1977, being such an amazing guy, he proposed marriage. So Brad Keith Sigman and Cheryl Lynn Holliday, both of Shaw. I guess they decided to get married. Maybe she didn't know. And then this is in 1988, so 11 years later. Brad Sigman, 30, of Route 3, Box 891, Manning, was charged at 8:45 p.m. Friday with a fourth offense of driving under suspension and with having an open container of beer, according to police reports. Oh yeah, and Cindy up there, she got her notebook, yeah. James R. Gibson Jr., 32, of... Okay, that's a different one. But anyways, so he's driving under suspension. So that sort of became a theme. Like, here's another one. Manning pleaded guilty excuse me, to a fourth offense of driving under suspension and was sentenced to 6 months. I mean, this guy's just a career criminal. And now look at this one. So this is possibly the same lady that maybe he got married to. I don't know, but a domestic dispute apparently led to the shooting of an Anderson man and his son in the Wilson community Saturday. Clarendon County Sheriff's Department reports indicate Brad Sigman, now 33, of Arbor Lane, Anderson, was shot several times in the stomach after he apparently broke into the house. So this Brad Sigman broke into the house of his estranged wife. Watch how similar this is going to sound. Cheryl and... So his estranged wife, Cheryl... By the way, let me go back. Hold on. Oh, look at that. Cheryl Lynn Holliday. Boom. That's it. That's wild. So that's the same person. Wow, that's crazy. Spelled different with a C in this article and an S in that one. So he broke into his estranged wife, Cheryl, and began choking her. The report states that Sigman came to his wife's house at Route 3, Box 891, Manning Street at about 11:30 p.m. Saturday. She had locked all the doors and had called the sheriff's department for help when he broke in a back door. I mean, absolutely a terrifying situation. A report said he then reportedly hung up the phone and began choking his wife. Mrs. Sigman, 27, told police she was able to reach for a gun, and then the gun went off 3 or 4 times. Sigman was shot in the abdomen, and the couple's 12-year-old son was hit in the left arm by one of the bullets. I mean, man, this lady should have known what the hell she was doing. He was threatened... he was treated and released from Clarendon Memorial Hospital. Sigman was treated... the son was, and then Sigman was treated at Clarendon Memorial Hospital and was taken to Richland Memorial Hospital for surgery, where he was reported in favorable condition. The report indicated Mrs. Sigman had a restraining order against her husband from a family court judge. No arrests have yet been made in the case, which is still under investigation by the Sheriff's Department. So that one was November 19th, 1990. I mean, that's already creepy as hell. And then here's one. Brad K. Sigman of 105 Arbor Lane, Anderson, was tried in absence, so he wasn't even there, and convicted by a jury of unlawful use of a telephone. Now, I don't know what the hell that means. His sentence was sealed. A bench warrant was issued for his arrest. Okay, now this one is 1994. Brad Keith Sigman reported window of vehicle broken. So, wow, somebody broke a window of his. And then this one right here is Anderson County Detention Center. Brad Keith Sigman, 43, number 7 Blueview Drive. Violation of South Carolina liquor law. And now this is April 28th, 2001. Right? So, look at this. Blue Ridge couple killed. And there he is right there. That's him again. Sigman. I mean, he's just, this guy's a monster. Generation after I don't know if that's the article. Let's see. Family gathers at home place again, this time tragedy. Okay. Authorities seek man they say shot girlfriend, killed her parents. Doesn't that sound familiar? Look at that. I mean, this guy killed the parents of his girlfriend. So it's like the same situation from 1990, about 11 years earlier. Law enforcement officials conducted an extensive manhunt through the corridors of Greenville Memorial Hospital late Friday night looking for a man they say killed a retired textile worker and his wife earlier in the day. But shortly before midnight, they determined the man had not been in the massive hospital complex of 5. I think that's the same one. I don't know if that's the same. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, so eventually this guy got convicted. I have one article that kind of, like, he went on the run. He was on the loose and they actually captured him. So, suspect captured. Brad K. Sigman, the man accused of beating to death a Blue Ridge couple, was arrested Monday at a campground in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. And there's obviously a press conference. And here's his timeline here, though. So, Rebecca Barber and Brad Sigman started dating in 1999 in the winter. Then in March of 2001, Barber tries to end the relationship with Sigman. See how that's very similar to the other one? And then at 7:50 a.m., Barber leaves her parents' East Darby Road home to drop off her children at school. At 8:15 a.m., she returns to the home and finds a man waiting at the door with a revolver. At 8:21 a.m., an anonymous 911 call reports a man shooting at Barber in the parking lot of a gas station. So maybe she got in her car and drove away. 8:30 a.m., deputies arrive at the East Darby residence and find the bodies of Gladys and William Lark, Barber's parents. 10:15 p.m., staff at Greenville Memorial Hospital, where Barber is staying, reports seeing Sigman inside. A floor-by-floor search ensues. Ah, jeez. That's crazy. So that means she was staying there sort of to hide from him, and they say that he was in there. An extensive search of the murder scene and Blue Ridge area on the 28th, 29th. April 30th, a phone call from O'Neill Grocery on State 101 places a man resembling Sigman in the Blue Ridge area. And then the sheriff's office announces it found a possible Sigman campsite on May 3rd. He's been on the run. May 7th, Rebecca Barber is released from the hospital. And then on the same day, Gatlinburg police learn Sigman is in Tennessee. And then at 4 p.m., Gatlinburg City Police arrest Sigman at a campground there. And this guy, he's like a absolute barbarian. All right, so there you go. I gave you sort of a history of this guy, just a total psycho. But we're already into the show, you guys. If you have the ability to please help support the channel, we're currently at $7.57. And you guys are aware of what it takes on a nightly basis to do all the stuff that we do at the end of the month, as well as support my channel that allows me to keep doing these shows. So if there's any chance you guys could do that, that would be great. It's always kind of a drag when the show starts off so slow. All right, let's see. Here is a press conference. He was executed, I think, yesterday by firing squad. And he chose a firing squad because he didn't want to have the possibility of when he was being drugged that it didn't work or any of those kind of things. So it's sort of interesting listening to these people describe it. If you guys want to, it's 29 minutes here. Gotta turn up the audio. Hold on.
SHAIN.
Oh, that's only
I'm the
mono.
director
Mono.
of communication.
Hold on. I gotta fix it. I'll make it so you can hear it better. Huh? Alright, now it'll be out of both sides. So you won't be able to, it'll be smaller like that, but.
Rystishain. I'm the Director of Communications for the South Carolina Department of Crime. The capital punishment sentence of Brad Keith Sigman was carried out tonight pursuant to the order of the South Carolina Supreme Court and in accordance with state law. The execution was performed at 6:05:50 by a 3-person firing squad and he was pronounced dead by a physician at 6:08 p.m. Sigman, 67, was sentenced to death in 2002 for murder and burglary in the deaths of David and Gladys Lark. Sigman used a baseball bat to beat the Larks to death in their Greenville home, April 27, 2001. Sigman's last statement was read to witnesses by his attorney and is as follows. I want my closing statement to be one of love and a calling to my fellow Christians to help us end the death penalty. An eye for an eye was used as justification to the jury for seeking the death penalty. At that time, I was too ignorant to know how wrong that was. Why? Because we no longer live under the Old Testament law, but now live under the New Testament. Matthew 5:38-39 says, quote, "You have heard that it has been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you that you do not resist an evil person. Whosoever shall smite me on the right cheek, turn to him as well." Romans 6:14, quote, "For sin shall not have dominion over you, for you are no longer under the law, but end quote. Nowhere does God in the New Testament give man the authority to kill another man. That is why the Bible is divided into the Old Testament and the New Testament. Remember the words of Jesus, John 7:19. Did not Moses give you, yet none of you keep the law. We are now under God's grace and mercy. I have copies for you, and it will also be posted on our website. Witnesses to the execution included 3 members of the Lark family, a representative from the prosecuting solicitor's office, a representative from the Greenville Sheriff's Department, Sigman's attorney, Sigman's spiritual advisor, and 3 members of the news media who will address you now. After they all three speak, they will answer questions from the podium. They will not be available for interviews after the press conference ends, as they have their own stories to write. First, Jeffrey Collins from the Associated Press.
My name is Jeffrey Collins. I'm with the Associated Press. That's JEFFREYCOLLINS. And what I'll do is I'll just kind of walk you through what I saw today. So the curtain opened. It was about, looking at my notes, around, it was about 6:01, maybe a little bit after that. And the curtain opened. Brad Sigman was strapped into the chair. Unlike other death executions I've seen, he was in a black jumpsuit, had black Crocs-like shoes on. He was completely strapped in. It looked like there was a harness over him. There was a strap over his head. There was, his ankles were shackled. He had a covering over his mouth that, you know, was from about here down. When the curtain opened, he looked towards his attorney, who was on the front row of the witness. They kind of exchanged. They had an exchange. I couldn't tell because his mouth was covered what they were mouthing back and forth to each other, but it looked like he was just saying he was okay to his attorney, Sigman did. At that point, they had the attorney came out and read the final statement. When the final statement was read, well, let me back up one step. He had a target over his heart when the curtain opened. It was already there. It was a little rectangle white paper, or I'm assuming it was paper, could have been cloth. They had a bullseye on it. It had one outer ring and one inner ring on it. It was red. The bullseye was red. So they came out, read his final statement. At that point, when that was finished, the prison employee got a hood, put the hood over Sigman's head. Then that prison employee walked from the...
Looks like we're having one of those weird membership viewing, number shifting crap going on. Looks like Bart Simpson's head, because it went from like 200 and some odd people to 390, 500, and then now, it's just not accurate.
The chair, the 15 feet over to where there's a brick wall, and at that point there's a black shade, like one of those shades that you pull down and it rolls up. So that there's a black shade there. The prison employee lifted up the shade, and then from that point it was a little less than 2 minutes of nothing at that moment. I mean, you could see Brad Sigman took several pretty deep breaths, and then suddenly the shots rang out at, I believe Christy said it was 6:05 and 50 seconds. At that point you did see a small red stain on Sigman's chest. It was irregularly shaped but oval, if that makes sense. I mean, like it wasn't like a circle, it was an oval shape. I saw it looked like he may have taken a couple of his chest rose and fell about 2 times immediately after the shots. You could see a tiny piece of like tissue or something that was coming out of that. At that point also his arm tensed up when he got shot. There's kind of this brief moment of tensing. After that the doctor was in there fairly quickly, less than a minute after the shots came. Couldn't see exactly what the doctor did because my viewpoint was blocked from his back, but he did an examination for about 90 seconds, and then he walked back towards the other side of the room, walked from left to right as I'm viewing, and then that's when the
yeah, see this thing right here? That's not a real number. There's no way there's 805 people watching. Not a chance in hell.
That's when the prison employee announced 6:08 is the time of death. And the only other thing I might add is when they came out after the shoot, they pulled the shade back down. I'm going to let Anna go next and see if she wants to add anything. Go ahead, Anna.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anna Dobbins, ANNADOBBINS. I am with WYFF News 4 in Greenville. Greenville is the county where David and Gladys Lark lived when Brad Sigman killed them in 2001.
Hold on, let me boost up this audio here. But hey, guys, I mean, we've already gone over this 100,000 times, but this channel relies on the generosity of the people watching the show. Okay, there is no ad revenue on these. You might see an ad, but you might make $5 for a channel. So I do these 3-hour shows every single night, and I rely on your guys' generosity to help support the channel. And then at the end of the month, I use my ad revenue and everything, and then we donate money to various true crime related charities, and we have a scholarship fund. $6,000 last year, $6,000 this year. We've already got like 2,500 in there, I think, already, and we'll be giving them out again. And we also support a DNA fund, etc., 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 etc. But you guys have heard this drill 1,000 times. I don't really know what else I can say. It's sort of what needs to happen to continue the channel and allow us to keep doing what we do at the end of the month. Right? Thank you. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't have magic wand to make something appear.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anna Dobbins, ANNADOBBINS. I am with WYFF News 4 in Greenville. Greenville is the county where David and Gladys Lark lived when Brad Sigman killed them in 2001, and brings us here tonight. I will start after we are in the witness room. It's a very quiet room. No speaking going on whatsoever. The only thing you can really hear are intakes of breath as people try to calm themselves down, feet shuffling, that sort of thing, and everybody constantly glancing at the clock to see where we are in the process. At 6:01, the curtain was pulled back, exposing the room to us. Brad Sigman was already strapped into. He had the chair did not have arms, so his arms were down to his side and clipped in with restraints. His feet were restrained. He had a strap across his forehead, and he also had something that appeared a little like a sling that covered his mouth. But he could move his head just a little bit, so he moved his head to the extent that he could toward the witness room, appeared to be exchanging some words with Bo King, his attorney, kind of took in the whole witness room to the extent that he could. I want to comment on the expression that he had. Again, you couldn't see his whole face, but I did not pick up on anything in his expression that would have indicated fear. I wouldn't say he was expressionless, but it was hard to see everything. They then read the final statement, which we've already been over. He was wearing the black jumpsuit. His arms were exposed and bare. At 6:03, they put the hood on, and at 6:04, they lifted the shade on the what I would describe as cubbies that the executioners were going to shoot through. We could not see the guns. There was also no countdown or anything like that to tell us when the shots would be fired. The shots were fired at 6:05. I perceived that they were all fired at once, that it was just one sound. There was an ever so slight, I don't know if it was an echo or a fraction of a second that one of the shots were different, but it was ever so slight. His arms flexed. There was something in his midsection that moved. I'm not necessarily going to call them breaths. I don't really know, but there was some movement that went on there for 2 or 3 seconds. It was very fast. I did...
Hey, thank you, GSUPM. I feel bad. I appreciate you helping the sports channel. It's just weird. It's just such a weird feeling when nobody else is, you know, it's just kind of a dead, you know. Not sure what's going on. But thank you. Very cool, very cool. At least we're up to, I think we're at a quarter now. All right, let me get back to this.
See a splash of blood when the bullets entered his body. It was not a huge amount, but there was a splash that you could see kind of protrude from the wound, and the target was you couldn't really see what happened to the target. It just wasn't there anymore. The chair that he sat in sits in something that I'm just going to refer to as like a catch basin. There were maybe a few drops of blood that I could see in the catch basin, but that was really it. At 6:06, the medical professional came in, talked to or listened to his heart and his body for, it felt like a long time, but as we calculated, or as I calculated here with my notes, it was a little bit over a minute, between a minute and a half. And at 6:08, the declaration of death was announced.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Tan. I'm a reporter with the Post and Courier. My name is spelled Tiffany, last name Tan. When we entered the building, to the execution chamber building, right when we entered, there was a table to the right where they had little transparent cups. They had these bright orange ear protection that people going inside could take if they wanted that. That's Jeff showing.
Hey, that's what they look like, you guys, those ear protection things.
We were told that we had the option to take those to protect our ears.
Why did they just have like one or two people?
The curtain opened at 6:01 p.m. and after that, Bo King, the attorney of Sigman, stood up to the front and read his final statement. And it was 6:02 when he was finished reading the statement. And at 6:03, the hood was placed over his head.
Hey, thanks, Egyptian princess, for the coffee.
But as Jeffrey had mentioned, before the hood was placed, the moment that the curtain was opened, he did kind of exchange some like nodding toward his attorneys and his spiritual advisor's direction. And then I saw that before the hood was placed on him, he kind of turned toward the area where the witnesses were. I'm not sure who he was looking at, but his attorney was on this side of the room and the witnesses were sort of on this side of the room, and he turned his head a little bit farther toward that direction. After the hood was placed, they lifted those black shades on the wall, and you could see this rectangular opening with sort of two middle, like separated with two, something in the middle. So essentially there were three smaller squares in that big rectangle. And the shots were fired at, well, it was like one shot, like Anna had mentioned, almost like a split second. You could hear sort of like an echo. Like there was one shot, but sort of like followed by that echoey noise. That was 6:05, and then after that, from my angle, because it was Jeffrey here, Anna, and then me. From my angle, I did also see, because he was seated sort of, he was perpendicular to us, so you could see his profile. So I could see his kind of chest, stomach area kind of lift after the shots were fired about 2 times. And then I also noticed that
Yeah, we're having some unusual traffic here that's not normal. There isn't 1,934 people watching here. I can tell you that right now.
Right under where the hood was, because the hood was sort of up to here, you could see that something red kind of coming out of his chest. And the target that had been there was no longer there after the shots were fired.
Yeah, well, that's what's going to happen to
And
Kohberger,
he also
firing
had
squad.
that kind of sling around his chin, around his mouth that was described earlier. One thing that I did notice from my angle was that his attorney, right before the hood was placed, he seemed to, I don't know if he was kind of like doing that to his chest, but I did sort of notice his attorney, Bo King, sort of kind of make some type of motion like that.
It seems kind of weird that everybody is doing
And
this.
one thing that I also noticed was that after the hood was placed, because there was like 2 minutes when the hood was placed at 6:03 and the shots were fired at 6:05, I just noticed he was very, very still. I could not see any movement from him from where he was seated. And then after,
I mean, stuff I don't like is like the amount of time. You know, it's like you put it over his head. I mean, I don't know. I don't have any like sympathy for somebody who's already killed people like that, but it's like, you know, I mean, just get it over with. Put the bag on his head and just start firing. You know, don't sit there and, you know, even it's sort of weird even for the people in the audience. You know, sitting around waiting and waiting and waiting.
the physician came out at 6:06, and then at 6:08 he left the room, and then another guy came out at 6:09 to say that the time of death was, the declared death time was 6:08, and then we quickly were asked to stand up and file outside the room.
Does anyone have questions for the witnesses? What? Who's got the microphone?
What kind of questions would you have at this point?
Raise your hand. Alex Capriello, News Nation. I'm wondering if there was any reaction from the other witnesses in the gallery when the last words were read out loud.
Didn't see any reaction from them at the point of last words. They did. It was actually a little bit unusual because usually the death chamber is a very, very quiet place, but they did chat a little bit among each other before the curtain opened. One thing I thought about as Anna and Tiffany were talking is that when the shots were fired, it was very loud. It was very jarring and very, as you can imagine, shots would be. At that point, I think pretty much everybody in the room flinched. I did hear, I think I heard what sounded like a gasp or something along those lines, but mostly I just noticed everybody just kind of involuntarily flinched a little bit. But as far as reaction from the witnesses, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary from my vantage point.
Hey, look, you guys, we're having the same thing right here. Look, we're gonna have the Bart Simpson hair thing. This isn't me. This isn't real. This many people watching right now, right? We should be down here where there's like 250 or something, right? Just so somebody's. I mean, I'm already talking to YouTube about it right now, so they're not. I always let them know. I don't buy people watching, and it doesn't even affect your channel. Whatever's going on doesn't even give me more views. I have less views than how many people are watching. Does this make sense to anybody? Watch this. Views 1,191, and there's 2,171 people watching. Well, that already doesn't make sense mathematically. Okay. So, anyways. But I'll try to ask again, though, you guys, if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, that'd be great. We're having just another one of those nights. This will be the second one in a row. All right, let's go.
Ted.
Thank you all. So this is just a couple of questions sort of about the setup of the chair itself. Can you confirm again just how his hands were strapped and whether there was any kind of, I believe someone said that there was a basin under the chair, and whether there was anything around the chair, like I know in Utah there were sandbags. Was there anything sort of backing the chair? Was there anything like that?
There's it's on a platform. The platform is gray. And the chair in itself, it looks like there's a...
Oni, I'm not going to explain it to you again. The other night was real because we had breaking news and it had a sustained number. This is not one of those. This is that stupid thing where it goes like that. Okay?
A box of sorts, what looks like a box behind it. It's covered with a curtain. I can't tell you what's in that area, but that's behind the chair.
Wow, thanks. Cheryl Moran, a lifesaver. Absolutely throwing up. I've never seen it so dead. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. There you go. All right, got you in there for the spins too. Thank you.
His arms are actually strapped, and maybe I'm a little bit, but it's actually a little bit not straight down, but maybe a tad bit, a small angle behind. So almost like this in a way. And did I cover all the waterfront you're looking for there, Ted?
I mean, the thing is, if people send in $2 or $5, etc., it all adds up to the same thing. All right, so that's all I'm looking for. If you only have $2, great. $1, great. $5, whatever it is. But if you have the ability to, it'd be great to have the support on the channel, because as I've explained 1,000 times, what we do with it. So last month we gave 3,000. And the month before only 1,500 because it wasn't good at all. And hopefully this month we can get back on track to what we used to do. I'm trying my best with all my videos, etc., etc., etc. I just need your guys' help on the other side.
They are strapped down at his sides. It looks like they could be strapped at some point, but they're not like you would think of. It's not strapped on the arm of the chair. It's just strapped back to the chair.
That pinging sound you hear on my end is the
yes, for the description,
the Google
Ted.
person I'm talking to.
So his wrists were what I saw strapped to something, and then also his ankles. his ankles also, and then I noticed that his hands were also covered by something black. I couldn't really tell what material.
Yeah, it was mitten-like. It wasn't like gloves.
Yes.
Hi, Devin Sayers with CNN. The photo, I'm sure you've seen it from the South Carolina Department of Corrections. Is that what the room did look like? Is that an accurate photo of what the room you saw look like?
Yes, it's that photo, you can only see the electric chair and the firing squad chair, so you can see a bigger part of the room. The part where the shooters are at, it's a brick wall, and as Anna described, it's almost like three little cubbies. It's a rectangle, and then that rectangle is separated into 3 squares. You couldn't see the weapons, or I couldn't see the weapons from my angle. I was as far to the right as you can get, so I was as close to the wall where the shooters are as you could get. So, but I did not see the weapons themselves, and there's that pull shade that comes down over that part. But the room is exactly as you've seen in those photographs, yes.
And then when the medical professional came to examine him, the hood, I presume, was never removed. Was a pulse taken or a stethoscope or some instrument used, or could you see anything of that nature, or what did it appear?
The doctor came in and did have a stethoscope, but my angle is, if this is the inmate, if Brad Sigman's sitting right here, I'm the doctor here, and I'm looking from his back, so I couldn't see exactly what he was doing. You could tell he was doing some things around his chest, around his neck area, but I couldn't tell exactly what procedures he was doing or how he was checking for life. Yes.
Quick clarification about 3 of the things. One, if you could describe the covering over the mouth. I'm imagining a gag of sorts, and correct me if I'm wrong. Number 2, Jeffrey, you said this was the first time you've seen a black jumpsuit, if you can clarify what it was before. And then, 3 would be one of you mentioned that the target seemed to disappear after the shots were fired. What do you mean by that, of it disappearing?
First off, it was like, for lack of a better way of putting it, it looked like a sling. It wasn't like a gag. It wasn't like tight up against his mouth. It was just, it looked like his jaw could move, so it almost looked like it was kind of like a sling.
This guy's just way
this was
too
a black
excited
jumpsuit,
about it.
On the other 10 executions I've covered, the inmates have all been in green jumpsuits, the ones that you've seen in photographs of them on death row before. They're kind of an emerald or a Kelly green jumpsuit. And the target itself, it blew off. I mean, I don't know how better to explain. You just saw the target was there, you heard the shot fired, and then the target was gone.
Would you rather have like a shot to the head and heart? Seems like you got hit in the heart, you could live for a couple minutes, Takes 4 minutes for, to not have any, to pass out. I mean, I don't know, maybe go a little quicker than that, but I'd rather have one of the head and heart at the same time.
So I didn't, your angles are
Hey,
bad,
thanks,
so I couldn't
Karen.
see if it was on the ground or where it might have
That's what
gone.
I'm talking about.
All I know is it was gone, and there was that irregular kind of, about the size of a kiwi, roughly, maybe my fist might be a good way to put it, little red stain that was kind of ovally and irregular over where the target was.
Hey there. So let me ask you, you said kiwi. Is it possible it was the size of a golf ball, though? You know what I'm saying? You're saying kiwi, we're just not sure. How about a golf ball? Could you...
Jeffrey, could you just tell me if I know you said that the angles were bad, but could you tell me if you got a good read on whether all shots landed in approximately the same area? Was there a scatter?
Just based on the fact of how small the wound was over his heart, they had to be pretty close to the same area. In other words, there was only one place where I could see any damage. So that makes me think they must have been all clustered.
Thanks.
Jeffrey, this is for question for you. I'm Brooke Lee Cromer, Fox Carolina News. I know that you've now witnessed all 3 methods of execution. I'm just curious, how did it feel to witness this one compared to others?
Oh, it was fantastic.
This is much. One of the differences I tell people is this is much quicker. Lethal injections in South Carolina from start to finish take about 20 minutes these days. When I look back, the electrocution took. They give one big jolt of electricity for several seconds, but then there's another jolt for a minute or two. So there's a longer period of what happens. This, I mean, it was instantaneous, and
Thanks,
the time from the shots being fired to the time death was declared was a little over 2 minutes, I think, if I remember correctly. So it's just a much quicker method, and because of that, like I said, that shot being fired, it does, everybody in that room flinches. And I guess in electrocutions there is that moment of flinching, because when they pull the breaker you hear a thump.
Man, Kohberger is going to have this happen to him. And just think of all the women out there, they're going to be crying. They'll show up with a black outfit on and a veil, you know, probably have tissues, and they'll all be lined up together and think to themselves, I could have changed him. I definitely have birthing hips. He would have loved them. Oh, God, thank you. Yeah.
And everybody kind of tenses up a little bit at that. But, yeah, I mean, those would probably be the biggest ways.
There might be some guys in there, too, to be honest with you. With low ears. Know what I'm talking about?
I know you all mentioned hearing possibly, you know, an echo. Was there any other noise after the shots were fired? Any expression from Mr. Sigman, or was it just the sound of the shots?
I didn't hear anything in there from the time you hear the shots getting fired to the time they told us that we were ready to leave. So it was very quiet. And I mean, you know, I looked around, I didn't see anybody's expressions change or anything, but again, most of the witnesses are in front of me, so I'm not seeing their face. But from what I could tell, it was very quiet from the point where the hood was placed on from the point where the curtain opened. Really, it was a very somber, quiet room outside of the shots being fired.
And question for Christy, could you confirm what it was that he was shot with, the caliber? And
I can't hear you.
The firearms that he was shot with, the caliber, are you able to confirm what they were?
So is your question what caliber?
Yes.
What caliber bullet was used? It was a .308 Winchester Tap Urban.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, Ted? Wait. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify from Jeffrey or whomever. Can you show with your hands again how far the hood came down, and then how the mask was, like with your hand?
I was right here.
Like what part of the face was present to the witnesses?
This is like strange.
The sling kind of, when the curtain first opened, the sling was came up to about right here. But he mouthed something at his attorney, and when he mouthed, you could see his mouth just a little bit. I couldn't tell what words he was saying or what specifically what their exchange was like. But yeah, it just kind of was a sling that covered from his neck up to about where his top of his lip. But it wasn't a very tight sling, because when he spoke, you could see parts of his mouth. The hood came all the way down to his shoulders. You couldn't see anything. Once the hood was on, you couldn't see any skin from anywhere. From his Yeah, only his arms. His arms were bare, but you couldn't see any other skin. Once that hood comes down, you can't see anything from roughly here up.
Abby Brooks with NBC News, just confirming it was 3 shots, no delay, all at the same time?
Yes, I Tiffany, if you want to mention, it sounded like maybe there was an echo, or maybe there could have been like the slightest bit of, but I mean, I heard 3 shots at seemingly the same time. My thought was maybe it might have been an echo in the room.
I'd like to check this guy's basement out.
Hard to really, we only really heard like one major shot that sort of kind of was followed by an echo, so we didn't hear 3 distinct shots.
It was instantaneous almost.
The sound was cutting off during the final statement. Can you repeat it at one point before the end of the press conference? Yeah, we couldn't hear.
Thanks, Maya.
We have copies of the final statement for everyone.
Thank you. Could you smell any gunpowder in the room?
I didn't smell anything at all in the room.
Okay.
It's sealed off with the glass. So, if you ask me all my senses at that point, I didn't taste anything different. I didn't smell anything different. The sound was very loud. Yes, that was different than any other one that you go to because of that sound. Of course, I told you what it looked like, and I think it could feel. There's always a tension in the room, but I mean, yeah, you didn't smell anything.
Yeah. And this question is for Christy. Can you confirm his last meal?
Yes. His last meal was 4 pieces of fried chicken, green beans, mashed potatoes with gravy, biscuits, cheesecake, and sweet tea. It was served Wednesday evening. Other questions?
Just a question for Department of Corrections. Regarding the execution team, is there a debrief or is there a counseling, or what happens with those individuals that were part of the team?
Yes, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked it. We have an extensive array of services available to employees who experience trauma or assault, and that team is actively involved in working with the execution team. We will do an a review of today's
What's
incident.
that guy typing in
and,
over there?
you know, make any
Oh, you should
changes
have
that
seen
are
it, man.
deemed
It was
necessary.
Christy, I have one more question. The 3 shooters, was it who was planned, or did any alternates have to step in?
As far as I know, it was as planned. Other questions? The press area and building will be open for the next hour and will close at, I don't have my phone, close at 8 o'clock. So please use the space if you need it. Let us know if we can help you. And after that, we'll ask you to leave as we'll be closing for the evening. Thank you.
God. I have to say, I mean, I didn't watch it beforehand. That's just such an awkward thing. It just seemed weird, you know. Especially that guy is just so, yeah, you know. I don't know. And it, like, what do you really get out of it? Why couldn't there just be one person that just describes it and you move on, you know, and that's it, like an 8-minute thing. It doesn't have to be 100. Alright, yeah, I'm communicating with Google support. Alright, let's see. That's why I keep hearing that beep sound. They're responding. So look, here we go. Look at the, see that right there? It's going to do one more like that and then another one, and then it'll drop down to this level down here, because that's what the normal level is, like 300 or 400 people. Okay, that's not, there's something, but it's weird when you talk to YouTube, they're just like, no, everything's working fine, everything's working fine, everything's working fine. And it's just not accurate, okay? It's not accurate that it's working fine. The other night, it was normal because it had a normal sort of rise and it stayed at a certain level the whole time, okay? You can see this little pattern on these things. All right? Hey, you in there, My Father's Alibi? How's it going? Have you heard anything? I kind of got stuck on doing other cases to be able to finish. But I do keep thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out a quicker way to, because the way I'm doing it, it feels like it's getting kind of long. I wanted to do it where it was like 8 minutes. It's hard to pare it down. Maybe I'll shorten some of your, like, you know, take parts out of it. Make it shorter. Yeah, hit that like button, you guys. Anyways, we're switching over now to the Idaho 4 case and the topic from today. See, I mean, I really, you know, I don't just randomly do stuff. And by the way, there's a guy named True Crime Web. Have you guys ever heard of him? His name is Steve. He does True Crime Web. It was weird. He sent me a video today of him testing out the timing of changing clothing, like next to a car that, you know, he just put a piece of cardboard down next to his car and then got dressed and undressed, etc. Okay, I guess I have to keep communicating with these people. There's some higher up person that wants to look at it. Maybe we can track these suckers down. Let's go, ducks. The number, yeah, the number isn't correct up there. Yeah, that there's really, but it's still shitty to have only 150 something likes. That number 2,228. Look at. I'll show you again. Look at the screen here. Does that look natural to you? See, this is the normal rise. Like, might go like this, and then you'd have 400 maybe. This one like goes, and then it goes down, up, down, just like that. Just like the Bart Simpson haircut. We've gone over this 100 times. It's not real. The other night it was when we had the breaking news with the, different things. That was a legitimate crowd. The views matched the number of people watching, everything. I mean, you can go look at it. That was real. This isn't. So I don't know what the deal is there. All right. Okay, I got a specialist on. So let's see how this goes. But, I mean, didn't you, when you guys today, when you were watching it, I mean, what part of it didn't make sense? Some people, they make comments in the comments section, and I'm just not sure what they're talking about. It's almost if, like, people keep saying that Murphy was locked in the room, the dog. But we've heard, haven't we, recently at some of these hearings, that the door was open when they got there. I think maybe it was closed, but the door was open. And if the door was open and the dog, maybe Kaylee's door was open, I guess. Let's see. Interference with YouTube. All right. Alright. Sorry guys, I gotta do it when it's live so they can see it. If I don't do it live, then it's just screenshots and nobody knows. Let's see. And I have seen this pattern many times. Okay. What if they all had one shot but all bad aim? Yeah, they don't do that. I could see somebody not pulling the trigger. What they should just do is have not a human do it, just have like these rifles that are set to a timer, and you get it all lined up and they're scoped in already, and they have little red dots and they all show up in the same spot. You turn them, twist it, and then all of a sudden the timer goes poof. Something like that. That way no human interaction at all. Don't put the guilt on somebody. Yeah, she said that, but the prosecutors haven't. But even if the door was shut, then you could say that. I mean, the whole thing about Murphy isn't important to me. Maybe the sliding glass door of Kaylee's room was slightly open, and the bark sound you could hear from the neighbor's house over here. Because when you look at it, there's Kaylee. You can actually see Kaylee's balcony is right here. So what if the dog was kind of out there barking, and then the sound would make it right over here? Because Xana's room's here to there, or not there, excuse me, right here, this house. So you got the dog barking right there, and then it goes right onto the camera there, and then Xana's room's right there, and then there's the dog's, the camera again over on that house. Let's see. Okay. Murphy was a puppy. Makes sense. He could have been, and that kind of dog isn't an aggressive type of dog either. They're just sort of barking. Yeah, but see, my whole theory though is based on, you know, like, okay, so the DoorDash gets delivered, and you know maybe Xana's activity is why Kohberger turned around and went back and sort of looked, because he could see lights on up there, and he was kind of looking and checking. And then maybe they ate the food, and then they brought the bag to the kitchen. And I think somehow the bag being brought to the kitchen and the timing of that intersect with Kohberger, and that's when you hear somebody saying, "Hey, there's somebody here." And I think he got into the house at, because if you think about it, if he parked at 4:08 and Xana's phone stopped using TikTok at 4:12, then doesn't it seem more likely that those are sort of early? Like, she's the first victim, and it's early, you know, in when he comes in. So maybe he goes in at like 4:11 or something, and then attacks him, and then their phone dies at 4:12. Then he goes upstairs and, you know, within 2 minutes dispatches both the Madison and Kaylee, then comes back down and hears the whimpering sound. Maybe Xana is up holding her neck or something. You know, she's just like, oh, she's trying to stand a little bit, and he attacks her one last time, but right before that said, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." And all it was Xana could hear a voice. She wasn't looking at the person, and thought, okay, maybe, and so she doesn't scream again. And then he attacks her. Then there's a thud sound. Then when he leaves the house, Murphy starts barking and barking and barking and barking. And that's around 4:17 something. But now we know that the car was speeding away at 4:20 and 43 seconds, or 47 seconds. I can't remember the exact number now. But it's speeding away. And that means there was a 3-minute or 3.5 minute time, or, you know, at least 3 minutes of time where Kohberger was at the vehicle and not driving away yet. So what was he doing? Well, I think it shows you that he took time to make sure that if he transferred any blood at all into the car, it was a tiny amount, and then he spent the next weeks cleaning that car over and over and over again. All right. So there you go. So I think my theory makes sense. And I'm using all the information that's out there. It's not like I'm just inventing something like the Kohbergers do. They'll just come up with a hypothesis of something that doesn't exist, but maybe it happened, and then tell you that, and then come up with this whole story. I don't do that. That's like a complete waste of time to come up with a fact that isn't, you know, something that doesn't exist and build a theory around it. That's a complete waste of time, and I hope you guys see that. I know it's entertaining and whatnot to watch the clown and the UK guy over and over every time coming up with something random. At least over here, you're getting what is, you know, very likely or possible, right? Because it's based on the information that's out there. Yeah, it'd be cool to hear. One of the things I did find sort of interesting, I will say, you know, I'm not going to not say it, was what time did they say that Dylan got home? Wasn't it like 1:30 or something like that? I mean, I don't know what time she got home, because the thing is in this document it says that she called Uber at 2:09 or something like that. And I was trying to make that work. You know, how is that working? Is she just friends with the Uber person and called him? Or is she somewhere else and needs a ride home? So that would be her getting home a little bit later, like, you know, 2:15 or 2:20. Yeah, but why is she calling Uber at 2:09? I mean, I'm just trying to work it out in the timeline. Like, I don't, you know, she has nothing to do with anything. I'm just trying to find the timeline information. So that they put it in there for timeline. So maybe she got home a little, you know, like 2:30 or so. I don't know. All right, hold on. Yeah. I'm going to do another screenshot here. So now we're getting on the 5th Bart Simpson look here. Well, we've gone over it 20 times, Cindy. You should have it memorized by now. And that wasn't in the probable cause. So that has nothing to do with it. I think it's in the text message area here. I think. Let me see. Yeah, right here. In the case of bar starting at November 13, 2022 at 2:10:29, Dylan Mortensen sends a text message to E.G. Uber driver to inquire if he is driving. All right, so that's 2:10. You know, so how if you're home at 1:30, how are you coming up with that time frame? You know, maybe we're just assuming that that says that. Never. Come on, Cindy. Jesus. Lori McKinney. It would make sense. A dangerous situation to have something like that when you're unable to speak. Dying now. I've been home for a while. CERN on the data being reported as CERN viewer. Okay, would you have been asking the Uber for a ride for other roommates? But they're not. They're already home, though, Storm. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Everybody's already home. Like, Haley and Madison got home at 1:50 something. I think Xana and Ethan, they got home at like 1:30. Bethany Funk, I'm not sure, but I don't really know what time Dylan got home. You know, nobody. We all just kind of assumed. But she said something like everybody was home by 1:30, and everybody was in bed by 4 or something like that. You know. Here, let's just look at it. Let's see if we can find it. Hold on. Alright guys, we're having one of those massive lulls again, so if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. We're still not even at the goal yet with 2 people supporting the channel massively, where the rest of the entire chat we're at $20. Okay, so we are short of the goal, so if you have the ability to, that'd be great. Be awesome to have a night where I don't have to ask. Let's see. So Gonzalez and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club in Moscow. Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 and November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on the 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video at the Grub Truck. Yep. And right here it says Mogan at approximately 1:56, and that's when they got the ride home from downtown Moscow, 1:56. Mortensen and Funk both made statements during interviews that indicate the occupants of King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. Okay, so maybe she's just off, 15 minutes or something on that. She made a call at 2:10 and maybe she got home at 2:15, and asleep or at least in their rooms by 4 a.m. So they say that everybody was home by around 2 a.m. So maybe she got home like, 215 or something like that. 220. And it's just around that time. You know, but it's something I saw, and you know, I have everything kind of memorized in the case, so it was something I was like, Right. Hey, look at that. It's Profiling Evil. How's it going? Alright, so I'm going to show you guys the video from, I think it's, let me see if I got it. Do I have it in the right folder? Yeah, it's from True Crime Web, Steve. And he did a little sample. Oh, hold on a second. Alright, so here we go. So he did something. This is him right here. He does all these little experiments that are pretty sweet. So look, he even had it where like there's gloves here, and so like that's how you would start it off maybe. So let's see. That's pretty cool. He does these things. So pretend that that's the White Elantra, and this is just outside. So this is Kohberger getting ready to go into the house. So right now we're about 19 seconds in. Let's say. And then he puts on, you know, this is just, and this might be even way slower because maybe Kohberger showed up already wearing the outfit that he's going to go in, and he's really just going to be placing items outside and getting ready to go inside. You know, getting it all organized so he can leave. So he's getting all jacked up in there, and then he puts out the, you know, the other items that he's going to need when he comes back from going inside. But this is what, you know, this is what it would be like if he was, you know, just kind of putting everything on before even going in. So maybe he drove around with normal clothes on, and then, you know, put something like this on, and then he's got the, you know, he's got a mask on, but obviously we know he's wearing a balaclava. Takes 2 seconds to put one of those on. Alright, see that? So I think this is like overdressing, okay? I think he had something on, I mean, I guess not overdressing, it's too much time in this portion because I think he would have driven around likely maybe already in the outfit. He wouldn't have it over his head or anything, obviously. He's not going to drive around with a balaclava on. That would probably get pulled over pretty quickly doing something like that. But this is a good indication of how long it might take after that. Hey, thanks, Lanky Tor. I guess you're one of the few people that even heard what I was saying. Thank you. Pretty wild. Yeah, well, this part is taking him a while. Let's just, like, I mean, this is just sort of like the low end. You know, he's moving quickly, but that's what Kohberger would be doing. Yeah, he's doubling up on the gloves here. So that would make sense. You could take one set off after putting, like, the clothes in a bag with the outer gloves, and then you have the inner gloves to then maybe finish that off with and then take them all off at that point. Hey, thank you, Cinnamon Sin Freak. Only got 2 channel members in here. Look at all the people that aren't channel members. Come on, you guys. If we get another 50 bucks in here, I'll donate 5 memberships. And why don't you guys, if you guys do the $50 in memberships, that way we can give away 15 more memberships. There's a lot of non-members in here. All right, so this is, so far it's taken him 3 minutes and 41 seconds right here. All right. He made this a while ago, too. It's not like he just made this. Steve, man, he has this stuff down. Hey, thanks, Cindy J. That might be your first membership you ever bought somebody. Very cool. And thanks, Bonnie. Oh, this is Steve with True Crime Web. He's like, I think he was a detective or cop, or I don't remember exactly what his background is, but he an investigator of some sort, and he makes YouTube videos. He actually has a non-profit out there, but he does little experiments on cases. Like during the Murdoch trial, he did different things with the shotgun and so forth. All right, let's go back a little bit. All right. So when does he start removing it? Okay, so this is exactly what I picture right here, you guys. See how there's a bag on the ground? This is exactly what I was thinking. So now he's like, boom, he's going to take off the bloody shoes. So what time is it on here? Hold on. Okay, so this is him being finished with his hands out. Now let's... Boom. Okay. So now it's 4:03 in the video, and there's a bag on the ground. Now he's back to the car after. This is really the key part for me. All right. So that was 4:03, and let's see. How long would it take to take off some items of clothing? I think you would have also had some clothing off to the side, ready to go. So I guess he's standing in the bag at this point. So he took his shoes off first, and then standing in the bag. That kind of makes sense. And then you bring it all down. Still has the... Oh wait, does he take the gloves off on the inside of it? Oh, cool, interesting. Yeah, and then you sort of pull it out from the inside out so that you're not putting blood on you. You're just kind of pulling it off like the jacket also protected you. And then, then eventually take the gloves off. Oh yeah, so he took the outer gloves off and then carefully did it from the edges so there'd be very little blood on the inner gloves at this point. And then I think he put on the shoes again, but you could just pretend that there was another set of shoes there. And look, he's taking off those. He'd already took off that whole outfit that he had on, and boom, inside of a plastic bag. And he's using the gloves that were underneath, so they don't have as much blood on them at all. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. All right, so that was... hold on. So let's see, what time is that? That was 4:04, and took him till 5:35, so a minute 30. So Kohberger... and I think it could have taken even longer, right? I mean, I think it's 2 minutes. So I think Kohberger leaves the home right around 4:18, and then speeding away at 4:20 and 40. I think it's 47. Hold on, it's right here. Yeah, 4:20 and 47 seconds. There's the vehicle. So likely left at like 4:20 and 38 seconds or so. So that means for about 2 minutes and 38 seconds he was doing blood spatter mitigation at his vehicle. And I think it was amazing when we got that new information that Dylan was calling people at 4:19. So at like 4:19, and I think it's in this one right here, 4:19:07. I mean, so, grabs her phone and then has to dial. So like at 4:19, she's dialing, but that means she waited. I remember the Kohberger walks by, she sees the bushy eyebrows, and then he leaves out the sliding glass door. Well, she's not going to be calling right then. She's going to wait a little bit to make sure that he's left so he doesn't hear her. right? So I think because of that, you can time up the fact that the dog is barking. You can time it up with the so the dog's barking, and the thud sound, her seeing the bushy eyebrows. It's all right around 417 in my opinion, or 417 and something. We don't know the seconds. Hey, look at that, Cheryl Moran. Jeez, so generous. Thank you so much. It's been a weird night. Such few people supporting, but some really bigger ones. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so I think that actually gets us to where I'm going to gift 5. So here we go. And thanks, Cindy got one of those in there. Hold on. What are those buildings behind the house? I don't know. All right, so there we go. By the way, did GSU PM get one? I don't think so. What in the hell's going on? Oh, well, I'll put your name in there again. If it lands on you, Cheryl, you'll get a moral victory, but we'll spin again, okay? All right. YouTube's telling me I don't have any unusual traffic and they have no problems on their end. Okay, well, but I can just tell you, does anybody in the world think that this right here is natural looking? It just goes boom, and then it goes ding, 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 ding. Come on, YouTube. It's just really obvious. Did you see Melissa? No, I didn't. Oh, yeah. Somebody mentioned that the other day. Like they said they saw it on a movie or something. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help. Yeah. And by the way, everybody, see, I get these arguments about when Kohberger said that, when he said, hey, I'm here to help you. And people think he said it right when he saw Xana. Does that make any sense to anybody? Why would Xana need to hear somebody say, hey, I'm here to help you? Nothing had happened to her yet. Nothing. They're not even scared. There's nothing going on. I'm here to help you. With what? Right? So the only way that makes sense is if they've already been attacked once. And you would come back again and you'd say it before you see them. You say, hey, I'm here to help you. And they'll think, oh, God, somebody's here to rescue me. And then before they can even do anything, they're killed. That's the only thing that makes sense. It does not make sense at all for that being said to Xana the first time. Zero. Okay, I don't know how else to try to explain it to people. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, I mean, if it turns out that that is what it is, then he's even psycho. Yeah, then he's just a complete nutto psycho. I don't know. That's what I said too, Shelby. Woo woo, that makes sense. I don't know what you're talking about. We haven't heard the real truth about the blood yet. Remember, in Delphi, it wasn't until the trial that we heard the truth about the blood at the scene. Yeah, well, I heard there's blood all over the place. You know, the number one thing that everybody talks about that I see in the comments is no, not here specifically, but in the comments under videos is, how come, you know, they said that there was somebody passed out, but nobody mentioned the blood? And it's like, I don't know. You know, I mean, we don't know where Xana was compared to what they were looking at. Was she kind of in the room a little bit? And, you know, it's just one of those things, like, I don't know. And it doesn't really matter unless you, what are you implying with that? You get it? So there's a lot of stuff that people that, I mean, we all want to know the answer to certain things, but there's a lot of things people need to know. All right, hold on. I gotta send these guys another one. They're just not paying attention. I don't know what they're doing over here. Let's see. Very interesting video. Hey, you liked it? Okay, cool. And here tonight too. Oh, really? They always just keep saying the same thing over and over again. Hey, how come none of them mention blood? I don't see how that's possible. They just go like nuts. I don't know, man. Who cares? Okay, it doesn't mean anything. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, what are you implying? That they all were part of it somehow, and they just didn't want to mention the blood, even though they called 911 to get somebody over there that's going to see the blood? Does that make sense to anybody? I mean, what value does that have? They called 911 so people could come over and see the situation, and there's blood there. And they didn't mention it for what reason? You know, why would they even call 911 then? I mean, it's bizarre. There's no logic. Use common sense and figure it out, you know? It's weird. Weird stuff. Gotta be honest. All right, thanks, Steve, with True Crime Web. He does a lot of cool stuff out there. Sounds like someone else checked on the girls. Right, exactly. They did. Here, let's go through that part again. I'll show you. Let's see. So that was underneath the 911 call segment, right? So I'll show you that. That was the day before yesterday, wasn't it? The 6th. Okay, 911 call. Here we go. See, even in the 911 call, you can, man, come on. It's down at the bottom. You can see that actually happening. Let's see. So it was A1. The address is 1122 King Road. And what's the phone? I think it's right over here. Okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. One of our roommates, and then I think it's coming up here. Right here. So the operator says, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? Yeah, I'll come. Come on, everybody. You're like, I'm just going to interpret what's being said here. Yeah, I'll come. Come on, everybody. Let's go check. Do we have to? And then, I don't want to go, somebody said. And then she went, but we have to. Is she passed out? And this is Dylan or Bethany saying, is she passed out? Yeah, she's passed out. And then she said, what's wrong? Probably a face was being made at that point. And then the dispatch, see what I'm saying? Like, they didn't go, she didn't even go to the room to see it. Okay. Playing pass the phone each. Yeah, they kept passing it around. They wanted different people. You know, remember the story used to be was that it was Ethan that was blocking the door, and you know, there was so much misinformation. It was garbage. Okay, it was Xana Kernodle. You could see from the hallway. They said. All right, I'm just about done with this. You all saw the picture of the blood leaking. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, we know. Yeah. I even put it in the video just a couple days ago. I don't know if you saw that or not, but... I've always helps my headache. The fire smell too. Chicken. Not sure what the hell you're talking about. What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about? But all the blood in the rooms, they didn't go very far in. Yeah, who cares? Let me just say this. Who cares? Even if they did see the blood in there. They're the ones that called 911 and got law enforcement over there. What are they hiding at that point? Nothing. They know that they're going to see this stuff. So what I'm trying to... here's what I wish... I mean, we all have these questions and thoughts that we all have. And I'm not saying I'm better or anything than anybody. I'm just saying that over time, I've learned to not really care about stuff that isn't really a huge... I mean, it doesn't help move the knowledge or thoughts about the case further. Similarly, as I said in my video, we get the same thing about the sliding glass door. People go, how did he know the sliding glass door was going to be open? Now, the one part that might be interesting in that is that on all of his trips that he would take out there, on the 11 or 12, 13 times he drove out there, the ones specifically at night, perhaps he walked down and checked the sliding glass door, and on those occasions, the doors were, it was unlocked. So he perhaps assumed that, but he also has his K-bar knife, and maybe he, on his own, learned how to jimmy a door, sliding glass door like that. Probably not too difficult. And so he was prepared to do it. That's it. Hey, look at right here. See, this is what it looks like. See this guy? Does that look normal to anybody? Now it's going back down to normal, and I'm guarantee you it's going to stop like right there. Okay, right in this little spot where my arrow is. That's where it's going to stop. All of this is garbage. You know, 695, all that. It's going to go down to right here, and it'll be a natural raise to right there. Okay, something like maybe 300. People. There definitely is not all this is garbage. The Bart Simpson haircut. All right? that's not legit. All right. Okay. Same thing a couple dozen times when the document first came out. Yeah, I mean, I just this is a case that, and Delphi is similar, you know. You have a lot of people that get way too focused and spend too much time on things that don't matter. You know, like little issues because they're sort of stuck, so they want to make an issue out of something. You know, why didn't so-and-so do this? Or why didn't somebody do that? How come there was no screaming? Yep, guess what, everybody? There was no screaming. Isn't it weird? There was no screaming. It wasn't picked up on the camera. There was nothing. They actually could hear her crying, but there was no screaming. How come? How come, everybody? Oh, I can't move forward. There was no screaming. Well, guess what? Sometimes people don't scream. You know, especially if you're drunk and you're sleepy and it's late at night and you're just sort of stunned at what's happening. And there you go. All right? Yeah, so now we're back down to a normal number. We're at, it says now there's 354 people watching. Isn't that amazing, you guys? Perfect. It's exactly what I thought. Just And YouTube never has an answer, but they said, no, everything looks fine. Didn't I just tell you this? Watch this a minute ago. Watch this. Boom, right there. I just absolutely nailed it. Right? Yeah, he could have done all kinds of different things. Or maybe they didn't scream. Would you scream, Zozo? I bet you wouldn't scream. You'd probably try to fight back, and whatever happens, happens. But there's just people. Everybody assumes, everybody screams because of movies. There's movies, and everybody's like, ah, and that's just not necessarily true, right? Abby and Libby likely didn't scream. Nobody heard anything. They were controlled by a gun. Yeah, it's just people don't just naturally just start screaming. Yeah, it doesn't, Melissa. That's not. Who knows if that's why or not? Why? Because I think their necks were cut. We don't know that. We don't know that at all. That their necks were cut first. And why didn't? It takes a second or 5, 10, 15 seconds to get to the neck. So somebody could have screamed during that time. People just don't always scream. And then then you get people saying, "Hey, how do you know that's the same? That's the white Elantra right there. You can't prove that that's a white Elantra." Well, the timing of it, you can. Okay, the timing of it, you can prove it, and it's consistent with various shapes, etc. And Ann Taylor's being disingenuous when she put out that one image because she picked. I guarantee you, being a defense attorney, went through and found the one that looks the jaggedy, the worst out of all of it, to put out there because she wouldn't want to, and she definitely wouldn't want to put. And why did she pick the 3:56 time? You guys ever wonder that? I know the answer to it. Why did she pick the 3:57 time frame? Here, look at this. It's up higher. This one right here. She picked the 3:56:30. You know why she picked that one? Because that's the one loop that doesn't have the corresponding drive on Taylor Avenue. This is the time it comes down on Walanta Drive, I believe. And that way, there isn't a way for people in the public to sort of make a connection, a correlation. She takes that loop and puts it in there. Why didn't she do the 4:05 loop when it comes in, and then right after that, it does a 3-point turn right over here, that meaning you'll see the side of the car. Why didn't they do that one? Isn't that weird? Because she doesn't want you to see it. She's putting out one here and then probably put like sharpening on it, kind of makes jaggedy edges, etc. Right. Yeah, Ann Taylor's she's just doing whatever she can here. I'm glad she put this one out because now we got and look what she did on this one. It's going underneath here, and she chose this one intentionally. Look there's lights there. There's lights over here. Oh my God, everything's weird. The lights right here is just the back of that car reflecting on another vehicle that's right here. I showed it in a video the other day, like about 2 seconds worth, where when the car is driving by at a different time of the night, it does exactly the same thing, but she's using it because look how everything's so distorted in this one. Oh, the car is coming underneath there. You can barely see any of it. Why didn't she wait until the car went around the corner and drove that way? Because at that point, people could probably tell it looked very similar to an Elantra. She doesn't want you to see it. I do too, Zozo. I think there is... the prosecution looks absolutely confident. I would suggest that at this point, even if the DNA was somehow thrown out, that they've got this thing in the bag. I think it's just nailed, this one. The DNA, there's no way in hell the DNA is being thrown out, though. It was just a tip, a name given, and there you go. And it matched. The name given matched the DNA on the knife sheath. And it's already been ruled against. She lost. Do all the outside of his car before. I cannot imagine Bryan Kohberger do all... Why not? God, it seems really obvious. 4:30 in the morning, really dark. Yeah, you know, it's dark outside. He's just going to get ready to do what he's going to do. I just explained it to you, Jennifer. It actually happened. He left the house at 4:18 and he drove away at 4:20 and 38 seconds. That's 2 minutes and 38 seconds. He did something at his car, and that's likely why his car didn't have blood in it. I know you want to be a contradictory person, but it's really pretty obvious at this point. They want to keep the word murder out of court and eyebrows. What was the thing that Plato sent me? Let me see if I can find that article. Let's see. I'm not sure what day that was she sent it. It was something about... Oh man, I don't know where that went. I'm just trying to find something. It's regarding the case. I don't know what she emailed me with. Yeah. Alright. That was yesterday. Let's see. Oh, there it is. She must have used that the other day. I think that'll work. No, it's not in there. I don't know. I don't know if you're out there, Plato, but what do you want me to look at? What are you doing? God, Cindy, come on, Jesus. Hey, you need to email it to me. Maybe you did text it to me, but I need it emailed. I don't have the ability to get it onto my phone. Okay? You have to email it to me. It doesn't work. I was explaining that the other day. It just doesn't, there's no way to quickly transfer it over there. Let's see. So if you can just email it to me, Plato, that'd be good. And it's Plato, not Play. It's Play-Doh, not Play. Anyways, come on, you guys. If you can help support the channel tonight, that'd be great. See if we can get on a roll here. Have one of those good nights. Make up for yesterday. All right. Yes, Play-Doh. Right. I think tonight we've only got, in terms of people, it's weird. It's like the lowest number. I think we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, only like 7 or 8 people. I avoided any coverage on that. I couldn't cope. Oh, there it is. Okay. So let me look at this here. This is an article by CBS News. It says an Idaho judge is warning attorneys to quit filing so many sealed documents in the murder case of a man accused of stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. And this is from March 5th, so just a few days ago. Bryan Kohberger's defense attorneys and prosecutors have made secrecy the norm rather than an exception, 4th District Judge Stephen Hippler wrote in a court order on Monday. This runs counter to the public's First Amendment right to know what is going on in courts, Hippler wrote. He ordered the attorneys to use the least restrictive steps necessary to protect confidential information in the case, such as redacting some lines or using initials instead of an individual's full name. I mean, I don't know, like Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen, everybody already knows that. It's stupid at this point to put initials, isn't it? I mean, you guys, I mean, it's just kind of dumb. I mean, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk have been in many different articles by news outlets, etc., and putting, BF and DM is just ludicrous at this point, in my opinion. Kohberger is charged with 4 counts of murder in the deaths of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez, students who were killed in the early morning of November 13, 2022, at a rental home near their campus in Moscow, Idaho. When asked to enter a plea last year, Kohberger stood silent. Boy, he was so respectful when he did that, you guys. Remember how they turned that into? It almost made me think of Luigi Mangione, like, look how great, that was such a nice thing for Kohberger to do, He just it was silent. Instead of saying not guilty, that could look favorable. How does that look positive in any way, shape, or form? Who cares? My God. He stood silent, prompting a judge to enter a not guilty plea on his behalf. Prosecutors have said they will seek the death penalty if Kohberger is convicted. Hippler's directive came as a flurry of new motions were filed ahead of the August trial, including a sealed defense motion to take the death penalty off the table that cited autism spectrum disorder. Other sealed motions include one on whether the terms of psychopath or sociopath can be used during the trial, and one from prosecutors about the presence of immediate family members in the courtroom during the trial. Some of the currently sealed documents will be redacted and made public, and others will remain sealed. And so that's why we saw some of the ones that we've seen. These all came in right around that same day. A trial is expected to begin August 11th and last more than 3 months. I mean, that's crazy. The judge has said no one would be allowed, listen to this one. The judge has said no one would be allowed into the courtroom, but that the open portions of the trial would be live streamed from the court's YouTube page, which, yeah, that's what we've been watching. But what does that mean? I mean, the family can't even be there? Or what are you talking about? That seems so opposite. I wonder if that's a typo in some way. Because doesn't that seem almost completely opposite of what he said above? How you guys are being really restrictive. It's against the public's First Amendment rights, etc. And then over here you said you're telling us that no one's going to be allowed into the courtroom, and then you'll decide which portions are going to be allowed to be live streamed? That's crazy. It says right here, the judge has said, I don't know, when has he said that? But no one would be allowed into the courtroom, but that the open portions of the trial would be live streamed from the court. Like the other day, when they had sort of the sealed portions of the hearing, remember that? And then all of a sudden we, hey, we're about to come on. I mean, is that how the trial's going to be? I wonder if this is an error here. Last month, Hippler declined to throw out key evidence against Kohberger, saying that the genetic investigation process that it hinges on was not unconstitutional. Hippler was not swayed by legal arguments made by Kohberger's defense team, you mean Ann Taylor, that law enforcement violated the constitutional rights when they used a process called investigative genetic genealogy. In November, Christy and Steve Gonzalez, the parents of Gonzalez, said the details of the case show the death penalty is merited. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Come on, Timothy. Look, I do live streams every single night, you guys. You don't have to be here, though, either. It's like, if you're a moderator, you don't have to be here, but come on. You didn't get notified? I do shows every single day. Right? But nobody's required, if you're a moderator, to be here. If you want to be here, great. But, you know, if you have something to go do that. Wow. Look, they have AI on Google. It says, no, the public is not allowed inside the courtroom for the Bryan Kohberger trial, but the proceedings are live streamed. Wow. I mean, so even the AI thing has that explanation. The judge denied a request for TV cameras in the courtroom. Okay, the judge said the court would stream the proceedings on its own. The judge cited the intense media focus on Kohberger and this very move as the reason for the decision. The judge also cited adverse headlines and news articles and violating requests not to exclusively zoom in on Kohberger's face. Well, that doesn't sound like that. None of that explanation mentions not allowing anybody inside of it. The trial of Bryan Kohberger, the suspect in the University of Idaho quadruple stabbing, is live streamed from the court's YouTube page. Well, so far it is, but maybe the trial's different. I don't know. The judge said no one would be allowed into the courtroom, but that the open portions of the trial would be that's CBS News. This just says media cameras are banned. See, I think that's really what it is. I can't imagine. I don't believe that. You know what? I'm gonna. What do you guys think? I don't believe that they're not going to allow people in the courtroom. I think they're just not going to allow cameras. They want to control what's visible. Hey, thanks, Alley Cat, for the coffee. Is that what year this is? No, this is March 5th, 2025, this article right here. The judges said no one would be allowed into the courtroom. I think that the judges said that no cameras will be allowed in the courtroom, and somebody mistyped that. What do you guys think? I think it said, the judge has said no cameras allowed in the courtroom, but that the open portions of the trial would be well, no, that's different. That's I don't know, man. There's no backup of that information anywhere. I think the judge should probably say something, because that doesn't match what his First Amendment argument he made to the attorneys. Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine not allowing family members in the courtroom, etc., etc. There's something. I don't think that's right. Maybe I'll call over there and see what they say. I mean, even that AI said that, though. However, they were just kind of taking the information off of that one article. That's it. They actually were able to get it off of that. Yeah, so a lot of people. Oh yeah, was that Jessica Schubach? Who was that? I can't remember if that was you or not. But what? Or Paulette Leonard? One of you two. You guys said it was a pretty good idea. What was that? Oh yeah, I liked it. It was in the comments section. Let me see if I can show you what they were saying. But hey guys, if you're out there, let's try to reach the goal at a higher level tonight. We just barely reached it based off of 2 people and some others. So if you guys have the ability to, that'd be great. All right, so we're up here. Maybe get channel memberships for people. Could use more of those. So they were saying that maybe the car parked here first, and that kind of makes sense. You know how, like, on each of its loops, it stopped for 3 minutes on 2 of them, and then drove away 3 minutes later? So I think that it stopped here and was looking through Madison's room. Now, what they said, I don't know if it was Paulette Leonard or Jessica Schubach, but like they parked here first, and then once they said, okay, I'm ready to go, they pulled forward down here, then changed out, and then went into the house, and then left, got in the car, boom, they're out of there. Kind of makes sense, actually. So it's Jessica Schubach. Okay. I knew it was one of you too, but hey, look at that lanky Tor. Very cool. Thank you. Awesome. Got Ashley Higgins, Crunchy Frog, Steph SDNA, Rachel C, and Dusty Lane. Cool. So anybody want to see anything on this, what we're doing on the screen right now, like walking around? I do have drone footage that I took flying around up above. It's hard to find it for some reason. What do you mean, what are those parking spots? What does that even mean? Jesus. They're parking spots. They're just parking spots. They're for people. How did he enter the house? Well, you went right down there through the sliding glass door, Lynn. Yeah, there's like a patio right there, and he went inside. You know, which is in the kitchen. If you go out, let's see, down the stairs and then take a left, there it is, right there out of the kitchen. There's a little slab of cement that you see in this video right there. I'm still never seen that drone footage. What drone footage? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Kayla. Let's see my old complex and dedication spots for visitors. Right, there's just parking spots that people, you know, I mean, so that people are organized. I don't know, see, what significance does that have? You know what I mean? It's just, think about things that are important. Like, these are just parking spots, you see? Who cares anything else about them? Yeah, I think, of course, he knew there was a lower level, because you mean the one in the front of the house? Yeah, I mean, you know, when he would drive by, you could see that there's 3 levels, because there's windows over here. Like, if you go like this, let me go, how about, I think it's about right there. See that? 1, 2, 3. And then when he was on the back side, he could just see that all he had to do was go into the kitchen, take a right, and then go up the stairs. He could see it on the camera. So if you're looking at it like this, watch. So right here, when he's sitting there watching, he can see that people are coming upstairs right there, and then going around, and then, you know, you could literally see the whole movement through that window there. Going up the stairs. Here, let me show you on here. So not those stairs. Right there, when you finally go up those stairs, take a left and then up the stairs. And if I was able to, like, right when I go out here, maybe, I can't see it. You can't see it from the way this isn't a 360 degree video, but right there, right above this spot, there's a window there. So if you're watching through the window, you could see that the person that maybe was in the kitchen or whatever, a person walking up the stairs then takes a right or a left, and then you know whose room is whose from just sitting outside. Really simple house to figure out from outside. You know, that's the thing. Real simple, because it's tiny. You've got a kitchen here, and then there's stairs right there. So as soon as you come in, you go, oh, there, you know, you would assume that there'd be stairs to the right when you went through the kitchen. And then there they are, you go upstairs, and then, you know, orientation-wise going up, you'd sort of know whose room was which from being outside. Yeah, I do. These are my videos. Is that what you're asking? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't have the security camera footage of the car leaving at 4:20. You mean this shot right here? This thing? Is that what you're talking about? It's a still frame. Purin. See that right there? It's a still frame. I don't have footage of the car leaving at 4:20. Is that what you're talking about, though? It's in the document that was just released. I have other footage from... Yeah, there's like 2 seconds. That's not from 4:20. It's from 10 in the evening. I don't know, somebody, I don't remember what happened, but somebody sent me that. So I was using it to show you the light here. It has nothing to do with this time frame. See that light right there? It shows you, somebody said that was another vehicle driving with this vehicle, and it wasn't. It was just light being transferred off the vehicle. That was like at 10:50 in the evening. I think it's like when maybe they're heading out to go to the bars or something. Why do you care, Purin? I mean, what are you sitting around going, ooh, ooh, oh, look at those 2 seconds. Oh, ooh, where do you get the... In the video, I actually explained that it's not the same time frame. Do you remember that? Or not? Or were you just so upset that it just totally slammed the idea that there was another vehicle driving right there? Right. That's what I thought. But of course he knew that there was a... Of course he knew that there was a bottom level, right? Of course he knew that. What do you mean? I mean, and even if he didn't, what difference does it make? I don't understand. See, again, it's one of these things that just doesn't matter at all. Why does it matter? I mean, just think about it. Like, okay, but he drove by, right? He could see there was a lower window. He could see that Xana's level, and then he could see the third level. So when he would drive in front, he could see it, right? In the back of the house. I mean, I'm just telling you, if you've been there, it's really obvious, okay? Really obvious. Yeah, but you claimed, Purin, you're the one that's being an ass, because you're sitting there trying to ask, you're trying to get a little sneaky little question in. It doesn't matter. I said in the video itself, if you were paying attention, that it was from 10:50 at night, not 4:20 when the car was speeding away. So you're intentionally misleading people, okay? I explained it as clear as I can explain it to you. You just didn't listen to it. In that video, I was absolutely clear. So for you to come in here and pretend that it was the 4:20 footage is disingenuous on your part. So don't pretend, don't do your passive-aggressive, I literally was just wondering. You misrepresented what I said, okay? Oh, Jesus, here you go, here you go. Oh, look at this clown. Okay, you said it was the 4:20:47. I don't think I'm anybody. Who do you think you are? You don't have to be an idiot. God, what an embarrassment. Let's see, because become a channel member and help make a difference. Yeah, that'd be cool. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are misrepresenting what I said in the video? Okay, don't do it. All right? And if you just happen to not listen, you know, that's on you. We don't need to hide the person. I'm sure they're a troll, but don't worry about it. Okay, you just asked, but see, again, you're being passive-aggressive, Purin, because your question was, where did you get the 2 seconds of footage at 4:20? Okay, and I don't have that. I don't have the 4:20 footage. Okay, and I said it in the video itself, so, you know, you must be intentionally saying that. One of my questions, and I don't know what you're talking about, Marco. No idea. Is Purin one of your buddies, or like, what's going on? No, Purin. You intentionally tried to misrepresent what I put out there. I know you did. Okay, well, you also didn't need to misrepresent, Purin, what I said. Okay, do you agree with that? Do you agree with that, Purin, that you misrepresented? Okay, that's what I thought. Let's see. Mr. Gray, you dropped the ball on one of my questions in yesterday's live. What question was that? You did, Purin. You misrepresented what I said. Now you're lying to people. In the video, I said that this is a video from a different time, earlier in the evening, something of that nature, and that I'm just showing you the reflection on the car as it drives by. Okay? That's it. And then you said, Gray, where did you get the footage of the 420? All right, so you obviously misrepresented what I said. If you go back and listen, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter where I got it, Purin. It doesn't matter, does it? I have 2 seconds. That's it. Does it really matter to you? Or, I mean, where did these other people get the surveillance footage of the apartment complex? Do you ask them that question? Do you ever ask those people questions? Let's see. We also have an amazing subscriber. Thank you. If you keep going down the same route, I'm blocking you from the channel, Purin. If you want to hang out and just be like a normal person and have a normal conversation, that'd be great. But misrepresenting what I say in videos is not going to be standard. I'm not going to stand for it, and that's just the way it is. Quit saying bro. I'm not your bro, man. I don't even know who you are. Never heard of you. Right, and I would never say where I got something like that from. I get stuff. I cover cases. People send me stuff sometimes, and I'm like, wow, where'd you get that? They won't tell me. Okay, if you say it again, Purin. Okay, I gotta get rid of you now. Have a good time, man. I gave you a warning. You didn't listen. All right, have a good one. That guy's an absolute tool. When you guys watched that video and you saw me show that light thing, you remember exactly what I said. I said this is not from 420. This is from a different time, earlier in the evening. Okay? It was really clear. There's nothing confusing about it, bro. Hey, thanks, Meme. Wow, a first super chat on a live stream. That's the first one we've gotten in here for quite some time tonight, so thank you. And by the way, if you're typing right now, nobody can see it because you've been removed from the channel. Good luck. All right, hey Marco, what's your question? Ask it again. What's your question? Yeah, we all know what it shows. 330. We've gone over it 1,000 times. 329, Marco. It drives in. It comes into the area. Then it goes back behind at 331. Then it comes back again at 338, 337. Then it comes back again at 356. And then it comes back again. Or maybe it was 359, the second one. 339, I mean. And then 356, and then 405, and then 407. Yeah, we know all that. Yeah, we know all that, Marco. Yeah, we've got it all figured out. We've been covering the case for a long time. Have you missed the shows, or? This is just Troll Central tonight, you guys. Is there anybody in here that didn't think I knew that the car was in the area from 4:30 to 4:20? Anybody? Let's see. Putting a question mark after crap doesn't make it not crap. Come on, Moofies. You're something's wrong with you. Come on. Quit saying, defending people like that. That's a long time, man. Yeah, because he was stalking. But above, you said, let's go back up to what you said above, Marco. You said, Mr. Gray, you dropped the ball on one of my questions in yesterday's live. What's your question? Go ahead. What is it? All right, I'll give you one chance to actually type it in, the question. Let's hear what it is. Nah. It doesn't say that he was outside the residence, Oscar. It says that his vehicle went to Moscow, Idaho, around in the 9 o'clock hour, It doesn't say that it pinged outside the residence. Hey, Marco, what's the question? You said I dropped the ball on your amazing comment that you must have made. Yeah, we know it was, but who dropped the ball, Marco? You said I dropped the ball. Let's go ahead. What is it? Ah, Jesus. Oh, God. I guarantee you didn't word it that way, or I was responding to a different portion of what you wrote. A lot of you guys stack in about 30 comments, and then I say wrong, and then you go, wait, this part was wrong. Well, no, then don't ask 30 questions in one comment. All right, it's just the same thing. Is this possible, Gray? What about this? Is this possible? Yeah, I think it's possible. Oh, do you hear that? It's possible. This is crazy. Yeah, okay, Marco. Okay, Marco. Why don't you go find the comment and paste it in here? Do not edit it. All right, let's see what it says. Your original comment. Let's hear what it says. Let's see. This stuff is really pretty basic. How are people not understanding? Yeah, no, it's weird. It's weird stuff. I don't get it. No, I mean, let me ask you guys something about the, like what Zozo and Cindy are talking about with the third floor. So what do you make of that? I mean, do you think if he knew, he may have killed the girls on the lower floor, or what? I think he knew that there were 3 floors because when you drive there, it's really easy to see. I'm sure and I think it took him a while to learn how to, I could drive behind 500 Queen Road and then come around the back side. I don't know what you're saying, Plato. He didn't say that. Well, he said question, so how can you say it that he meant statement? And the statement's to be the car was seen in the area at 3:30 a.m. All right, we know that though. I mean, we've been covering the case forever, Marco. None of us are confused about the case. You might be a new follower of it, but we've gone over the probable cause document probably 8 times from start to finish, and all the documents that come in. And I'm just trying to figure out where you're getting at here. It's bizarre. No, you didn't, Marco. You didn't make that statement. Now you're saying statement. See, Plato just helped you out by able to use the word statement. You didn't do that. Let's see. Was it in the actual chat? See if somebody can go find it. You don't even know if I was talking to you either. I mean, my God. You guys, I'm not feeling that Marco's a legitimate person here at this point. No, I don't think so. And how do you know I was talking to you, Marco? It's too bad, Cat34. Hoping everyone is doing... go find a place where you can find a trigger bunny somewhere. Let's see. I try to close my eyes and just listen, but get I'm not sure what that means. So are only those who have watched forever allowed to ask questions? Did anybody say that, Noreen? That's not what he did. He's claiming that I said something to him. Are you trying to be a troll, Noreen? Let's see. I love uncomfortable and awkward moments. Yeah, me too. Right. How do you, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen you before, Marco, so I wouldn't know. I mean, it's possible. I thought you said something and I said something, but yeah, we've always known that from 3:30 to... Yeah, but I didn't see your comment, Noreen. Oh, so a mod was rude to you? Come on, Noreen. Ask it again, Noreen. Let's see. What is your question? I'll try to be nice. Go ahead. No, I said, are you a troll? Because why are you in here? What you're doing here is this is exactly what trolls do. You try to take over the chat so that everybody's wondering what you're saying, and we're not even talking about the case anymore. Okay, that's why I said that. And now you're playing off of that. It's crazy. So what is your question, Noreen? That you claim a mod was rude to you. Go ahead, what is it? I'm trying my best. Okay, Cat34, you seem to need a trigger bunny, though, because why would you say, this is so uncomfortable? You sound like one of those people that goes to HR and complains anytime. If a guy walked up and said, hey, do you want to go out on a date? And you didn't like him, you'd probably complain to HR and said, I'm uncomfortable in the work environment. My God, it's just a show on YouTube talking about a case. Okay, and I got thrown off the rails by 2 or 3 of the chatters. Probably should have ignored every one of them. Yeah, well, go back and watch some of the videos, Marco, where I go through all 4 of the video. I have like the entire looping of the video. I actually drive the route. It's actually now I think it's kind of like reverse in some of the times. It kind of goes the other direction. Oh, it was my content. Okay, there you go. See. Yeah. There are so many bridges unattended right now. All the damn trolls are... Yeah, I guess so. Okay, alright, Marco, alright. That's pretty funny. I don't see it, Noreen. You must have... let's see. Let's see, up there. I was asking about the carrying of blood from one room to another. Based on the 911 call, wouldn't the girls or someone have seen it? Oh my God. We actually talked about this at the beginning of the show. How everybody asks the same damn question over and over and over again. As if it's like really important to know the answer to that. And let me ask you this. What nefarious reason is there that they didn't notice the blood and yet called 911 to get law enforcement over so they could notice the blood? Maybe they just didn't feel like saying it. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I could use a Snickers. Let's see. Gray, these 2 still frames surely come from... Of course they do. Right. They're from video. It's going to be a full video, and Ann Taylor chose... You can't even tell that that's a car right there. You know, like if I highlighted that right there, just the portion that you can see of the vehicle, and then I took that and I brought it into... Here, I'll just open this Photoshop file up, even though it's a thumbnail. But isn't that funny, Noreen? We actually talked about at the beginning of the show exactly what you just said. And how everybody just keeps asking the same question over and over again. Image size. I mean, you guys see it, right? In the comments section, the same thing. Over and over and over and over. It just... The same question. Never ends. Let's see. Let me attach that. I'll make it like 2,000. Wow, look at that car, everybody. Isn't that amazing? Whew. That car looks fantastic. That's just ridiculous. Hey, good job, Ann Taylor. Way to pick the one shot that looks nothing like anything. Wow, that's awesome. Here, let's change the contrast up a little bit. There we go. And if somebody told me that's a vehicle, I would laugh at them. I would never in a million years think that that was a video, you see. I mean, a car. Does anybody think that looks like a car right there? At all? Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know, Marco. They're just... I'm not sure when you say celebrate. When deep diving Matty Soto case was a happy accident. Hey, cool, Hannah. I'm glad some people like my channel. Some people don't like it because I actually, confront trolls and stuff, or people that are just, constantly being belligerent. Like they'll say something, and if you're not answering them immediately, they get really upset, and it's like, the whole world's supposed to revolve around them, and it's pretty weird, really. This is uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable in here. Jesus. These are where the trolls show up in here. Now, this is the best channel there is to talk about this case. What doesn't work is when you have people like Noreen and Salty and everybody like that. That's why we're going to get rid of both of them. So make sure to get rid of both of them. And when you have people like that show up, they just absolutely derail the shows. No. And then she says, a troll because I have questions. No, you're a troll because of your constant badgering and different comments that you keep making with other people, denigrating the channel. That's what makes you a troll. So goodbye. Have a good one. Hey, thanks. Frankenstein's Whammy Bar. Let's see. Hey, cool. Dana O'Neill. What is it? Studer? Became a member. Very cool. Yeah, it's just weird, It's like I'm trying to do a show and just kind of talk about the case, and you get people that get really upset if you're not answering their questions, and they're bitching and moaning about the moderators and how they were rude to you when you asked a question, and it's just, give me a break, this is the weekend. I'm just kind of hanging out, doing a show, talking, going over things, kind of trying to chill out a little bit. And it feels like it's anything but. I feel so triggered, you guys. I just feel almost like I can't do it. I can't make... Let's go. Where's the trigger bunny? I gotta go find it. There it is. Here we go. There we go, everybody. It's a trigger bunny, honey. You ain't funny. You're a dummy. Alright, does that make you feel better? Does that make you feel better? You feel better up there, Cat 34? You feeling a little bit better? It feels like I'm just getting uncomfortable. Does that work? Does that work for you? I'm not a skeezer. I'm a definitely not a... and dreaming and steaming and feeling... Yeah, I got the best mods out there. They have to deal with a bunch of crap from whiners all the time. It's amazing. There you go, Play-Doh right there. Alright, for all of you that were triggered out there, there you go. I love you, Bunny. Okay, everything's going to be fine. You're going to be fine, Cat 34. Don't worry about it, okay? You're going to be just fine. Hey, thank you. I think I just saw Ted Bundy just sent in a a coffee. We'll have to see. And what you'll always have is like the person that we just removed, they're going to go out and say, it was so mean. I just had a question and got removed. That's how they all say it. Does anybody out there, put a 1 if you feel like that's all that person was doing, was just asking a question. There's no chance in hell, man. That person was just going on and on and on and on and on. It was just unbelievable. Let's see. I give up. Let's see. I guess, I think Dana misheard me. Truth Seeker did, though, because they got one of the freebie memberships. That's where you can... Let's see... Right. Forget it. You probably didn't even understand what I said. A little bit of hugs to my friends in New York City. And she had her birthday. Alright, cool, Lanky Tor. Investigates. God, that's funny, man. It just seems weird that law enforcement saw the crime scene and had PTSD. I don't know what that means. Because they didn't go into the crime scenes. They just looked through the door. That's why it doesn't seem weird. Okay, and by the way, I mean, so here's what I'm trying to get at. Like when... See, Frankenstein's Whammy Bar says, just seems weird that law enforcement saw the crime scene and got PTSD from it. But these young folks calling 911 just think unconscious. This is why I speculate they're only looking through Xana's window. Explains Ladder. No, what I speculate is they weren't looking through. That's ridiculous. They're looking through the window. Okay? They're actually... You know, like, she's in the room, but they didn't want to go all the way into the room. Okay, that's why all the group of them walk down the hall. How does a group of them climb up a ladder and look through a window? That doesn't make any sense, man. Let's see. Law enforcement are trained to see those details. Yeah, I mean, I could see why they might get PTSD, because they're in there and they're looking at just these people that are completely been just... And I think the students were scared to actually verify what their worst thoughts were. And I don't have any questions, like, regarding them. You know, it'd be cool to have an answer or various things, you know, like... You know, how that went down during the 911 call, etc. But I don't think any of them have anything to do with it. So for me, I don't need to keep questioning it. Sometimes things just happen. What's 668? I'm going to do 669. Does that count? Yeah, they sort of probably huddled up, walked down the hall. One of them was a little bit further than either Dylan or Bethany. And she was like, oh yeah, there's... You know, I just showed it a minute ago. We went through it. Let me see if I can find it again. No. No, that's not the one. Yeah, it's right in here. Look. So let's follow along really quick. It says right here, this is the operator. Okay. Hold on, let me get that off the screen. It says, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? And then the answer is, yeah, I'll come. She says, yeah, I'll come. And that's interesting because somebody else was probably like, let's go. Like they heard it because, like, why would you say, yeah, I'll come? And then, like, come on, like she's saying it to other people. We got to go check. And so, like, she's talking to the operator and other people. And then when she says, but we have to, that means somebody else said something to her to the effect of, I don't want to go there, but we have to. And then when they got there, just moments later, she said, is she passed out? And then she says, so she's saying, is she passed out to the other person that's in front of her looking at Xana, one of her friends? You guys get it? All right. Then this comment here, she's passed out, is back to the operator because that person likely shook their head. Then she probably saw the look on that person's face because when that person probably realized they were not alive and that they were bloody, etc., and made a face, and she said, "What's wrong?" Right? So do you think that I am evaluating that pretty accurately right there? Do you get it? Yeah, of course that they knew she wasn't alive. They said she wasn't breathing. Yeah, we've gone through that. Do you guys see what I'm saying right here? Hello? See, right here it says, yeah, I'll come. Come on. And she's talking to other people. Let's go. Let's get going. We got to go check. And then one of them said, I don't want to go check. And she says, but we have to. And then Dylan or Bethany, whoever this is right here, says to the person who's in front, leading them there, says, is she passed out? And then the person shook their head probably and said, yeah. And then she goes, she's passed out. And then that person likely had a face of horror and was like, oh my God, you know, or running, or maybe even running away because they were freaked out. And she goes, what's wrong? See? And then they said she's not waking up. Let's see. And then later, you know, it just goes on and on, and it gets worse and worse. Like she's not conscious, she doesn't have a pulse, etc. Yeah, I put it to audio, Marco. I did that already. Yeah. Let's see. Which is why I believe they may not even have seen the blood. I'm just wondering, why is everybody so focused in on that? I would say that like 90% of the people keep asking that question about the blood on the 911 call. It's just so meaningless to me. I mean, I don't know why is it important to you? Can I ask that? Like, for those of you who just keep wanting to know the answer to that, why is it important to you? Why do you need to know the answer to that question? I'm just asking you. Why do you need to know the answer to that question? Come on, go ahead. And the only answer that would make sense is if you're suspicious of all of them. That's it. Because after that, you just go, who cares, you know? You know, it's like, whatever. Ah, Jesus. No, that's not why, Marco. That's not why. That's not why. You're just inventing something for them. And by the way, they went to sleep at 4 in the morning, and well, but you just do suspect them right there because you're saying it took them 6 hours, Marco. Because I don't care that it took 6 hours. They were in their room. They went to sleep maybe later because there was no more sound, and then when they got up, they went back to worrying again. You know, I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem... There's nothing interesting to me about it. Now, if I suspected them, then it would become interesting. I'd be like, what's going on? I can invent all kinds of stories, and that's what YouTubers do. So what you do is you pretend there's something nefarious, and then you can invent 1,000 different stories about it. Well, I'm positive that he is, Marco, not just confident. Yeah. Let's see. Huh? What are you guys talking about? Who's he? Who's he, Ashley, up there where you say he was trying to keep them calm as possible and not freak everybody else out? Who's he? Who are you talking about? No idea what you guys are. I've tried to read up above, and it just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I think there's enough evidence, even without the DNA on the knife sheath, to convict Bryan Kohberger. I would convict him with the fact that he has a verified sighting a quarter-mile away with a wide Elantra, and the timing of the vehicle driving by and it parking from 4:08 to 4:20 right outside the residence, and the homicides took place, and his phone was turned off. Oh, the guy that saw Zen. Okay. Oh, Evan. Well, we don't know if that's the guy. He's the guy that got on the phone. There might have been other people there too. But yeah, I mean, maybe, right. Like, that person, they probably called somebody over to go check for them. And that person, maybe you're right, didn't want to freak out everybody else. And Bethany and Dylan never actually saw the blood. Because remember, Bethany had Dylan run downstairs. Once probably the coast was clear and ran downstairs. There's no way in hell. I mean, would any of you guys do that? Honestly? I mean, just think about it. In that situation, spooky, late at night, that you are going to, see, this is what Dylan did. She ran right through this door and down the steps here. Do you think any of you would run down and go check on Xana first when you knew, you felt like something was really weird going on, and you just didn't want to look to verify it in your own mind? You just wanted to go down the stairs and get to relative safety. Right? That's the truth of it. And then she would run down these stairs like this. And actually, then right when she came down the stairs, so the stairs is just left of here. See, right? That wall's the stairs, and then this is Bethany's room. So she would have had to come down the stairs. So basically, this is Bethany's room, and Dylan would have been running and then right into this room. All right? And then to go back up and check on it, you would be walking up the stairs like this. And I would imagine that they're all kind of standing around over by the couch, not wanting to verify, whatever's bad. And they could probably see her over there and, maybe didn't see the blood or whatever. And then one of them went over there and verified it. Maybe the door was more like slightly... let's see if I can... Yeah, like I can take that. Maybe I can... Oops, that wasn't it. Local... Jeez. That thing's on like a... There we go, that's better. So maybe it was like that. I don't know which, I forgot which way. Let me look here. Okay, so the door must open. Oh shit. It's bizarre. I'm not sure why it's not opening correctly there, but there we go. Yeah, so the door opens like that. So what if it was kind of like that? And you could just sort of see, Yeah, so let's go back to the camera. So let's say it was like that. And you could see that she was on the floor in there, but you couldn't really see great. And then these people kind of opened the door a little bit and looked in and were like, oh my God, and had a face because they could see the blood. And, it also has there's a odor associated with a lot of blood like that too. Kind of a metallic-ish sort of smell, I guess. See, so what if it was like they come up here and they could just see some of her, and then we're like, oh, and then they looked in and could see. It's crazy. There we go. No, Marco. Let's see. And it's not an app. This costs $1,600. It's a program. It's $1,600 for this. I pay every year. So every year I have to pay the same amount. That's why I hope you guys help support the channel with your super chats. And what's going on tonight, by the way? There's been a few people that have helped support the channel, but other than that, it's just been really... We could have one of those nights where we made up for some of the other ones. So if you have the ability to, you guys, and you like the videos that I make, maybe you don't like my live streams. I've been doing live streams for 6-7 years now. Basically every single night of the week. Its thought was that their friends were murdered. Yeah. Is indeed weird. Sorry. What's weird? The coroner stated it was very bloody scene, so when 4 people call 911 and don't say there's blood, they just say someone passed out, it seemed weird. Okay, well, you know, we've just explained it 100 times. They didn't go into the scenes with everybody. They just saw, like, there was probably somebody on the floor and said, hey, do you hear me? And they didn't respond, so they didn't keep going in deeper. I mean, it's just, it never ends, you guys. I mean, I swear to God, I mean, here's what I believe. I believe that there's other YouTube channels out there that keep harping on that topic, making everybody else think there's something more to it. So they all keep asking the same question over and over and over again. Hey, thanks, Moofies. It's a miracle. Trigger Bunny tax. Yeah. Hey, thanks up there to... We got Ted Bundy, and it looks like Justin up there just did a coffee. Very cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So what else do you guys want to know? I mean, forget this stuff. I can sit here and explain it to you until my face turns blue and you're not going to care or let it go. So I don't want to talk about them not mentioning the blood on the floor anymore, okay? It's just a complete waste of time. What else is there that you want to talk about, though? There's so many different elements here. I mean, I love all the new information that's coming out. The 419 phone call that Dylan Mortensen made really told me a lot. I think it then opened the door up for a good 2-3 minutes of time where Bryan Kohberger was able to change into, get rid of the blood spattered clothing that he was wearing. And I've always thought that he, had blood spatter mitigation. And even the judge was like, hey, people figured out ways where they don't have to bring as much blood into the vehicles. That's irrelevant. His blood was found. See, like Ann Taylor wants to make it a big deal that they couldn't find any blood in his car. But somebody like Kohberger, who, wow, what a miracle, happens to be a criminology doctoral student, you don't think he's going to know how to mitigate putting blood in that car? Come on, you guys. Jesus. Hey, thanks, Justin. And Holly, thank you so much. Always say it. Thank you for all you do. Yeah, well, thank you. Very cool. And I think I got Moofies in there. Yeah. I'm going to try to do a spin tonight. I listen to them just to be amused. I don't. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I mean, at some point I might start making debunking videos of those people. But I don't know. I think I'm better at just letting people realize what the reality is. And putting things together that makes sense and based off of information. I think it's sort of a, you got these people, they start off with a premise that's not even true, at all. It's not based on anything, and then build on that. It's a little bit like the ancient aliens phenomenon, where people would say, and let's say that the item found on the ground, this round circle, was put here by aliens. And if that's true, could this circular item have led to the discovery of riding horses? And if that's true, couldn't this one circular item be responsible for the development of mankind as we know it? Right, that's assuming that the original item was put here by aliens. Yeah, see, that's how these guys do it. But man, how many videos can you make on that? Man, it goes on and on and on. You can make hundreds on that. Let's see. I think it would be fun to watch you debunk all the idiots. That would be kind of fun. That's not good at all. The cartel one. Well, I know what he's saying. That's what a lot of people show up and say, great, it was cartel related. And you know where that's probably coming from, the clown or some, these YouTubers that are just looking for some story to tell. I mean, imagine, like, I'm in a place where I just need new factual information to put together and make more videos. These people can make videos daily on anything because they have no rules. There's nothing. They don't think Kohberger did it, so therefore it's the whole world has a shot at being the killer here. Might even be a killer whale that was moved on a truck, thrown into the house for an hour or two, and let to go to work, and they'll make a video on that kind of stuff. All hell will break loose. What will? What do you mean? Yeah, Shamu in the house. They threw it on the floor, and it was just going, trying to get out of there, but it went wild, and tell me that isn't true. Isn't it possible, you guys? Yeah, anyways, and by the way, I don't like when like earlier in the show when I'm getting frustrated by these people, it's not like, wow, boy, I love those moments. But I think I go over these cases the right way, try to work things out, and every once in a while we got people in here that are just crybabies. You've seen these people in your own world out there, right? The ones that are always whining about something. I don't feel comfortable. Ooh. Who the hell wants to deal with those kind of people? Just get through it, Let's see. Now they're saying, why didn't Dylan Mortensen call Ethan, but called everyone else? Well, isn't that... maybe she didn't have Ethan's freaking phone number, right? Doesn't that make more sense, everybody? She wasn't dating Ethan. Ethan doesn't live there. So, of course, she doesn't have his freaking phone number. Hello? Yeah, these people are crazy. 1965 captured orca in the Puget Sound SeaWorld attraction. Yeah. I thought it showed she did try to call. Yeah, I thought it did too, actually. It was in the 911, not 911, it was in the, let's see, which one was that? I think it's in the text message one. All right, let's look at that again. No, she attempted to call Bethany Funk, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan. Let me see, is Ethan even mentioned in here? Oh yeah, 429, Dylan Mortensen calls Ethan Chapin. Call goes unanswered. So go tell those clowns that they missed that part intentionally. It's amazing when you look at this. Like when you look at the times, you're just kind of sort of lazily going over it, right? You sort of look at it, but then when you just think about this for a second, like 424 is like he's speeding away at 420 and 47 seconds. This isn't even 4 minutes later. He's already left the house, though, 7 minutes before that. But now she's starting to call. Calls Ethan Chapin. This phone record, like the other records of calls, is not a statement. I hate this phrase here. And then 4:28:58, she texts Bethany Funk and said, "I'm scared." So that was just, there's no answer. And then literally 20, or let's see, how many seconds? 29 seconds later, not 29, 19 seconds later, calls, text Bethany Funk and says, "I'm scared." And then Bethany Funk responds, just like 18 seconds after that, "Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone," because she'd said to come down to her room, perhaps. Then again, both statements are admissible, present tense. And then 4:27, again, this is only 7 minutes after he's driving away at a high rate of speed. As a matter of fact, exactly 7 minutes at 4:27:47, and he sped away at 4:20 and 47 seconds. Calls Gonzalez, unanswered. Dale Mortensen calls Kernodle, it goes unanswered. And there are not statements, these are not statements, blah, 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 blah. And then 4:32, this is only 12 minutes after he sped away. Sends another text message to Gonzalez, "Please answer." The statement is present sense. And then the next morning at 10:23, so right around this time, it wasn't too long after, they probably went to sleep for 5 hours, less than 6 hours. And then at 10:23, texted them again, said, "Please answer. Are you up? Are you up?" And then that's likely, when they started maybe trying to get a hold of other people. Then 11:39, Dylan Mortensen had a text exchange with her father. It just kind of goes through. There really isn't much more. Yeah, there's vandal alert that came in. Anyways, I don't know, man. To me, there's nothing. I think these text messages actually exonerate, or are proof of exoneration of Dylan and Bethany. Don't you guys look at it that way? Like when you read this right here, does anybody here are you at all sort of, oh man, I think there might be involved? This right here shows, like, this is literally less than a minute and a half after Kohberger's car is driving away at a high rate of speed. They're texting, and Dylan Morton says, "Hey, nobody's answering." And so let's go back up here a little bit. What was the? I think it was down below, right? Let's see if that works. So there's probably some time in here, like there was other attempts to get a hold of them. Didn't it start up there at like 2:19? Yeah, right here. Not there. Right here. Bill Mortensen was awake and texting at 2:10. That was to the Uber driver. And then from 4:19 to 4:21, Dylan Mortensen attempts to call Bethany Funk, Xander Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, etc. So that means inside of that time frame. So this explains it. So there you go. Look. From 4:19:07, which means that Kohberger had left the house probably like 4:18 or earlier for her to feel comfortable enough to get on that phone. Does everybody agree with that portion, by the way? I just want to make sure. So this actually shows us that Kohberger was already out of the house by 4:19:07. Do you agree with that? Put a 1 if you agree with that. Because you'd have to believe that she'd get on the phone and start calling while he's still walking around. I don't believe that would ever happen. Okay, and so most of you believe that the 4:19:07 proves that Kohberger has left the house. Now, how much time prior to that do you think she saw him walk by with the bushy eyebrows so that she felt comfortable enough to make a phone call? So put in how many minutes do you think prior to 4/19/07, based on all the information that we have, do you think when Kohberger walked by with the bushy eyebrows and walked out? 3 minutes doesn't. I would think it would be 2 minutes or less, because 3 minutes would be 4:16, and that's not when the sounds happen. No, it could only be about 2 minutes. And so I'm having you guys base it on, like Ashley got it right there. I'm having you base it on the information that's in the probable cause document, because remember at 4:17. See, I'm trying to make it so you guys really get how I do stuff here. So look at it, 4:17. Think about it like that. At 4:17, the dog is barking. That's when we hear Xana, whimpering, then a thud sound, and then the dog's barking at 4:17. And wouldn't you think that the 4:17 time matches up with the time that he's leaving the house? Because Dill Mortensen saw him walk by with a... so it could be like 4:17 and something, 4:18, that kind of thing. But, I mean, you guys aren't too far off, 4 minutes, 4 or 5, but it can't be those times, because if you go back 5 minutes, you're at 4:14, and he likely got into the house like at 4:11 or 12, and that doesn't give him much time. Right. But see, look at it like this. From 4:19 to 4:21, Dill Mortensen attempts to call all these people. Bethany Funk. So Bethany Funk was probably still sleeping, or maybe she was talking to somebody else. We don't know. Then Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan. Right? Now look at. So that ended at 4:21:50, and then just 18 seconds later, she starts this text message exchange. And it's interesting, too, because if she tried to call Bethany, was that early in that? Because right away, all of a sudden, they're talking now. So 18 seconds later, it's like Dill Mortensen to Bethany Funk. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now. And then Dill Mortensen then actually texted Kaylee again and said, Kaylee, what's going on? And then Bethany Funk to Dylan Mortensen. Yeah, dude, what the F? So, okay, so I guess she could be saying, yeah, dude, what the F to no one is answering. I'm really scared right now. Yeah, dude, what the F? And then right here, Bethany says, Xana was wearing all black. Now, I don't know if that's a question or a statement, but Dylan Mortensen said to Bethany Funk, I'm freaking out right now. And then the next statement she made said, no, it's like a ski mask. Like now she's responding to what Bethany Funk said. So it's almost like she had already told her there was somebody in here wearing like all black or something. And then she goes, no, it was a ski mask. And then down here, it's like, and then she says, like he had something over his forehead. Now she's talking about a he. Had something over his forehead and a little around the mouth. And my phone is going to die. F, come on, come to my room. Run down here. Now, does this sound like something that somebody wrote that had something to do with the crime? Is there anybody out there that can make that argument without saying that this was a script? You know, it was a script they came up with. If you say that, you've lost me. Okay, it's ludicrous. So, is there anybody out there that when they read this can somehow manufacture that they're part of the crime at that point? Anybody? Where does it say just go to sleep, really? I don't know where that says. Who are you talking to? Now, they might have went to sleep at some point. You know, after they got in the room and it was quiet for a while. Maybe they nodded off. I don't know. I don't know. We don't really know the answer. Hey, thanks, Levitating Elephant. Oh, and I got a Joshua on Venmo. Thank you. Appreciate it. No, not at all. They did not know what had occurred. Right. So I hope this puts to rest. It won't, though, for the pro-burgers, because that's their staple to go through. We got to blame it on Dylan, and they go to it every single time. It's their go-to move. I think Egyptian Princess might be on rewind. I mean, they just didn't go do anything. No, it's real. I mean, they just didn't do anything. Right. Some people are like that. They were scared to death, you know? Like, come to my room down here. My phone is going to die. I mean, I don't even, maybe I don't know what you're referring to. Yeah, all they saw was a guy, and they heard some noises. So they don't know if something happened, but it sounded bad. So they just want to, like, kind of hunker down and hope to God it's not something really bad. They didn't want to verify there was something bad going on. That's really kind of a normal thing, because once you see it, it's real. It's I've used this example 100 times. It's the same thing as when you have a missing child and you're freaking out and you're just waiting, you know, hoping they'll come by. But the moment you call the cops to tell them that your child is missing, that's when it's real. And now it's just devastating, and you're just hoping, and it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. So in their minds, they could just sort of keep putting it off. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it's not real. Hey, wow, thanks, Tighten Up. Hey, let me see if I can get the thing turned on, because I want to hear this song. Come on. Oh yeah. Rumor going around about me and the crew about something we did or supposed to do. You might not have heard of, maybe you have that. I first heard all of it was like, used to get angry and all uptight. You would say what you want to spell my name right. All of my vacancy of rocking the house. That's what the room was all about. It's the end of the day and tell all your friends, and you don't wait till you see me again. This way I can hear from the horse's mouth right then and there. We can straighten it out. You got a big mouth. Big mouth. Woo! Boom! Hey, thanks, Tighten Up. Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand, like, early on, people wondering about these kind of things. But I don't worry about them at all. Now, it's like, the information points to Bryan Kohberger. There is nothing to do with, and this right here just even verifies it more. Right now, it's scary as hell, Egyptian Princess. Have you ever had a moment like that where there was something really scary that's happening and you just weren't sure? Yeah, that's what I think, Zozo, just like that. They waited until daylight to call anyone because they were shit scared to make a noise, and they huddled up together to feel safer. I think most young people would do the same thing. I know, I do too. I actually feel like that is very similar. I think very few college students, by the way, I think if you were like in the real world and you were like 25 in an apartment and had real life experience, you might call 911 or something like that. But when you're in college, sort of, you don't know actually what's going on or how to deal with it. So you're more willing to just kind of hide from it mentally. Yeah, I think this is one of the best damn comments Zozo's ever made in here. My God, it's perfect. Look at that. They waited until daylight to call anyone because they were shit scared. Come on, you have more colorful language than that in Australia. Come on. To make a noise, that's why they texted each other. I think most young people would do the same thing in that instance. There you go, see? That's exactly right. You gotta have better words than that, though. Come on. What did Joshua set up there? Oh, yeah. But Gray! They cleaned up the blood, and that's why they didn't mention on the 911. Is that what they say out there, Joshua? Come on. Are they saying that? But Gray! They cleaned up the blood, and that's why they didn't mention it on the 911 call. Isn't that amazing? So they cleaned up the blood. That's why they didn't mention it. But then they called 911, and the cops got there, and there's blood all over the place. So these people started bleeding again? That's amazing. Like Jesus must have been there. These people bled a second time after they cleaned it all up. They bled again after the cops got there. Or was it on the way? The cops might have been on the way. They cleaned the blood. They cleaned the blood. Okay, call 911. We cleaned the blood. Call 911. We cleaned the blood. We call it. And then they get there. Oh my God, they're bleeding again. I mean, these people are nuts, you guys. Let's see. Isn't that just incredible? They really say that. They cleaned it up and then called 911. They don't have anybody with logical brains in those whole crowds that would say, well, that doesn't really make any sense because when law enforcement got there, there was blood all over the place, just like when the medical examiner got there. And by the way, cleaning up the blood doesn't do shit because when cops got there, they could see that they were cut and stabbed. So what good does cleaning up the blood mean? That would actually implicate them immediately if they did that. Yeah. Man, isn't that crazy, guy? And these people exist that think this way. Oh, man. Let's see. Hey, did you hear that? KK, you must have missed it earlier. There's one article out there that's saying that the judge isn't going to allow anybody into the audience at the trial, and they'll stream the portions that they deem the public can see. I don't know if that's correct, though. It's on CBS News, though, so that's sort of interesting. Young students in college. Yeah, here, I'll show you this. Hold on. There. Hold on. I'm just going to go down to this sentence. This is what Plato sent me, and I'm not, it's just a news article she sent. She has no, there's no, it's not Plato telling me this, okay? Is it down? I think it's right up here, right? I don't know. What's a keyword that was in there? That's like stream. Is that? There it is. At trial is expected to begin August 11th and last for more than 3 months. The judge has said no one would be allowed into the courtroom, but that the open portions of the trial would be live streamed from the court's YouTube page. But I'm hoping, the judge seems like he was really into the First Amendment above, so for me, this feels like this could be an error, and he said the judge has said no cameras are allowed in the courtroom, but that the open portions of the trial would be live streamed. Doesn't that sort of make sense more technically, you guys? I mean, just think about that in your head, like the next sentence is about streaming, so doesn't it make more sense that if this sentence said this, the judge has said no one would be allowed to stream or to have cameras in the courtroom, but that the open portions of the trial would be live streamed from the court's YouTube page. Doesn't that make sense? Like you're literally saying, yeah, there won't be cameras in there, but we'll stream the portions that, although it does say, something like, I need clarification on this. Well, he's not allowing other people to bring cameras. It's just their own cameras. That's what he's saying. They don't want any of the images of the people on the screen, etc. Yeah, they did do the same thing, but in this one, the Dabo, though, they allowed people in the courtroom, though, right? KT Santos? I mean, there was people in the crowd that could sit there and watch the trial, right? This one's saying that nobody's in there. Yeah, that's right, Plato. Yeah, and then when I asked AI, I said, no, I didn't ask AI, just up in here I said, Will the Idaho, well, no, will the Kohberger trial allow people in the courtroom? I don't know if that was one word or not. Courtroom's one word. And it said, right here it says, the judge has said no one will be allowed in the courtroom, but that the open portion, and they're really just taking it right from the same CBS article. So their own AI has read this article, and that's what they're using for the answer. So I guess we have to figure out, I think this is just, they misinterpreted it. I think it's going to say the judge has said there will be no cameras allowed in the courtroom by, outside entities, but that the open portions of the trial will be live streamed from the courtroom YouTube page. So I'm hoping that's what it is. I was in Costa Rica all week and still couldn't miss all the Grant Hughes Investigates vids. All right. Well, what do you guys think of today? I thought today's video was pretty good. It seemed like it had a pretty good... let's see where we're at on viewership on that one. Let's see. We are at... let's see. So here's today's video. Kohberger prepared. So watch how this is... It's interesting because if you go out to the video itself, watch. To his vehicle. So see right here how it says 6,100 views? That's pretty good, actually, for me. But then if you go to analytics, watch the difference here. So 6,100. You go to analytics, and watch this. It's actually got 7,000. And now it's only getting 455 an hour, but I got 37 subscribers from the video, which is way more than I ever get from live streams. Probably a good reason, because on the live streams I get a little animated and people need trigger bunnies. Right, but like 37 subs. Look, it was going up pretty good and then it just kind of dipped off right there. But not too bad. The average watch time is 9 minutes and 50 seconds out of a 22-minute video. Not too bad, but you kind of wonder why people don't watch the whole damn thing. It was all interesting, I thought. But, I mean, I'm biased, I guess. Nobody's ever guilty. Yeah, no, that's right. He's actually, the clown is actually making videos. You know that girl that had her ex-boyfriend in her car or something like that and was driving like 100 miles an hour and smashed it into something and she lived? He's out there trying to defend that person. I mean, give me a freaking break. My God. Just, that girl's a psycho. It was a murder-suicide attempt. Or he did get the killing in, but yeah. Hey, look at this, Wendy Woobles. I haven't seen you in a million years. I guess you have commented up there. Grok's response on the trial says it's against one of the men. Huh? I don't know. Who's Grok? I don't even know who that is. There's another AI? What does that mean? I mean, it's another type of AI? Are you talking about this X thing that you sent here? Will the public be allowed? Oh, I guess, is this like, what is it? The X version of AI or something? What is it? I don't know what this is, right? What is this thing that you're showing me here? Because it looks like you have a bunch of different people in here. And who did this? Like when you say Grok, like what is this? Where did it come from? I don't know, man. I don't know what you're showing me. The Bryan Kohberger case in Idaho has been subject to varying levels of public access depending on the specific hearings and court decisions. Generally, the public has been allowed to attend many of the court proceedings, but there have been exceptions where hearings were closed. The trial is scheduled to take place in Ada County, Boise, starting in August 2025. Given the high-profile nature of the case, it's reasonable to expect that the court will make provisions for public attendance during the trial, though space in the courtroom may be limited. Courts often prioritize seating for victims, families, media, and other directly involved parties, so public access could be restricted to a first-come, first-served basis or require... Yeah, I mean, this is just what they're saying. I mean, it doesn't have any extra information. It doesn't have any more information than ChatGPT had or anything. You know, it's just... Can it write code for you, this Grok thing? Is it free or... I've never even heard of it. How do you get to it? Let's see. That said, some pretrial hearings have been closed. To get a definitive answer closer to the trial date, you'll need to check the Ada County Court's public... I'm just going to call over there and ask myself. Yeah, I'm not going to read all that. Alright, so who makes Grok? Is that Twitter's version of AI or something? Let's see. Let's see. Write me code in Python that reads an item. Let's see. Reads an Excel file line by line and puts the content of each line into a list in Python. Let's see if they can do it. Oh, look at that.
Here's a Python script that reads an Excel file line by line and stores each row's content in a list using the popular Pandas library, as well as an alternative using OpenPixel for more direct row-by-row reading.
Yeah, looks like you actually have to... I have this library already. That seems a little too complicated, though. Maybe not, though. Pretty sweet, though. I mean, it does work. Let's see what... let me do the exact same question and put it into ChatGPT. Or, chat. Let's put it right here. I bet they'll do it a little bit better. They're using Pandas.
Here's a Python script that reads an Excel file line by line and stores the content of each row in a list.
Yeah.
It uses the Pandas library to read the Excel file. Python copy edit import pandas as PD. Hashtag function to read Excel.
See, look how much better ChatGPT did that one. Import pandas as PD, and there was one definition here where it had the file path. That means like you put C:/ whatever. Then the sheet name on the Excel spreadsheet. This would actually have the file name in it. So like C:/ blah, 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 blah. Joe's.excel file, right? And then the sheet name on that. And then this reads from it, each row, and then look at that, right? Look how quick that was. File path example XLSX. Boom. And then it's done. See that? See how short that was right there? That's why I like ChatGPT. Look how long this one is. It's like multiple, huge, like tons of stuff going on there. See that? Alright, anyways. Probably boring as hell looking at code for you guys. You should. AI, I was kind of a critic of AI at first, but not anymore. I think it's really valuable. Especially Like, let's say you want to do a video and break down a PDF file on a court case. You load it up in there. It gives you all the main bullet points, explains it all. You can just look at it, and if there's any points, it'll even say to you, want any more clarification on any points? You go, yeah, tell me more about this, but, bang, 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 bang. It's crazy. You can actually sit there and have conversations with it. It's nuts. Yeah, I use it for writing a script. It's pretty amazing, to be honest with you. And I use it for other stuff too, but I'm just saying. It's almost 6 a.m. over there, huh? Jeez. It's going to come true one day. You mean from the movie? The Terminator, yeah, I was talking about that. It's going to be weird. A real life thing that came about because of the movie. Which came first? Yeah, I thought we were going to stop the time changes. Yeah, but I'm all for getting rid of daylight savings time. I think it's stupid. I would keep, like, right now it's going to move forward where there's more daylight. I would just stick with that one. Keep that one the way it is. There's really not a good reason for it. There's actually some places that don't have daylight saving time. I think Arizona doesn't do it. I think. I don't know. But it's like, if they can do it, then everybody could, right? Lanky Tor said, put a 1 if you agree with Lanky Tor. Gray is the nicest guy I've ever known. Oh, God. There's no way in hell that anybody's going to say that. Come on, you guys. That's crazy. The nicest guy. That's like, come on. Yeah, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, come on. There's no way in hell. But thanks, Lanky Tor. I'm glad you believe that, though. Yeah, Plato had to take off when she heard that one. She goes, I'll be right back. See you later. I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. Yeah, that's true. I guess I'm a 2 with the pro burgers, but, just normal people I think I'm pretty nice to when they're just normal. You get a lot of people that get so bent out of shape. If they ask you a question in chat, and you have 350 people watching, and you don't see their question while you're presenting something, they get angry and act like you've dissed them. And usually those are the people that don't even help support the channel ever. It's like, what are you doing? I don't, And by the way, you guys want to hear something crazy? Super chats? Those are for you putting a super chat with a question in it. That's what they were invented for. So that the person doing the show, it'll pop up on the screen, you see it, and you can address it. That's what they're actually for. That's what the original intent was. And I wish more of you guys would actually do that. Like, if you have something interesting you want to talk about or something you observed, that you put it in a super chat, and then I can just go, oh, there it is, and I won't miss it. Yeah, that's what they're actually originally intended for. Well, not just originally, that is what they're for. People use them to, support the channel, like super stickers almost. Like, hey, great show, But they're really originally intended for you to put a question or a comment that you want read on the air, and there it is. Yep. I think one of the coolest things that we do here is lately we've had our scholarship fund, which is really, you got to admit, like, that's really cool, right? Like, we have these students that are in the criminology world, and last year we did one where we had this massive, hey, whoa, jeez, time to eastbound and down. Have a good one. Hey, well, thanks. Tighten up. We're going to rattle down here. Rattle in motion. Rattle back with a bend to invention. Something. With the whole me tightly. Goes like a hawk. Diddly and nightly. Go left up. Yo, don't know. Don't off the light. Thank you. Tighten up. Well, tighten up. Make sure to check back. You might win the spin later. We never know. Never know. I don't think that way at all, Hannah. I think the creators don't mind super chats at all. You know? It's not yelling at anybody. It's like, hey, here's some support for your channel. Hey, can I ask a question? You know, you're just asking a question. It's just, you know, the way you're viewing it's pretty strange. I gotta be honest with you. Let's see. Yeah, so anyways, we have the scholarship fund where we have people like, that are in the criminology world. And thanks again, Tighten Up. And last year we did two $3,000 scholarships. So there was two students. Each one of them got $3,000. But that was a lot of work for Plato and wait, what was that? And Zozo. It's like olden. Yeah, so Plato and Zozo. And you know, they read like, I don't even know what the number was, like 5, 6, 7, 800 applications. And I think it's kind of eye-opening when you realize that this last time we switched it over to video submissions only. And the number dramatically dropped. It was probably like, I don't know, what, 60, 70 people, right? How many people, Plato, in the video realm? And it's just like, you know, and those are legitimate people. I think AI has made it so all these other people have been able to apply for things with different, you know, better writing and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, 992 essays. I mean, that's ludicrous, you guys. That's, you know, that's like reading Moby Dick. So, how many videos, though? There wasn't, I think there was less than 100, right? I mean, it was just, and they're much easier, much shorter. And so, you know, this time we did three $2,000 scholarships. And all of them said thank you because they're real people. And, you know, it was pretty cool. And we've already built it up. I think we've got like 2,500 in for the next year already, this next round. I don't know if we have to make it every year. We could do it whenever we get 6,000 in it. We just make them available again. But we've already done 12,000 and we've got 2,000 something left. Our biggest fund that we put money in, though, is the our DNA fund with Identifinders International, where we have we've put it, I would say at this point, right around 100,000. Now, the next time she sends me a sheet, I'll let you guys know. Should be here in a few days, a couple weeks maybe. She sends an Excel spreadsheet, we'll look at it. But we've done, I think, easily 100,000. And that's for identifying Jane and John Does. We actually have another one. Remember that one the other day? That's a crazy one, right? We looked it up and it got really weird really fast. It was the case of the, what was it, the bones? Now I can't remember exactly. What the hell was that one? Let me see if I can find that. What day was that? Like last week, 27th? No. Maybe 25. I'm just going to try to find it really quick while you guys are sitting here. 27th. No. Maybe the 28th. Seems like it wasn't too long ago, though. Maybe the 1st. Oh, yeah. 2nd. There it is. 1972, John Doe, 14 years old. Yeah, so this is the one right here, right? It's a crazy one. This one was actually pretty interesting. See, look at it. It was probe launched after body found. And this is in Volusia County Sheriff's Department. On Sunday night, we're attempting to identify a body found by two motorcyclists Sunday afternoon in a wooded area near here. And the, what do you call it, on NamUs, there was nothing in there. It was just like, oh yeah, there was nothing specific in NamUs, so you wouldn't know that this was this brutal situation. It says the body was found off Indian Lake Road, west of Interstate 95, near the Volusia County Juvenile Home. Autopsies will be performed today by Dr. Arthur Schwartz. Deputies said Sunday they have not been able to pinpoint the time of death. Deputies said there were no immediate signs of foul play. All right, then we come up with this one. Cause of death of a male teenager whose body was found in an isolated wooded area near here Sunday. Was listed. Let's see. It was listed Monday as internal bleeding due to a severe blow to the chest. Sheriff Ed Doug, who said the badly decomposed body was found off Indian Lake Road, west of I-95, by two motorcyclists. All right, then we can move on to the next one. The sheriff investigative team in Volusia County Wednesday continued sifting clues to identify the male victim of an apparent murder found earlier this month. The victim, believed to be about 20 years old, I thought this was a female though, was found May 7th in a wooded area off Indian Lake Road, west of Interstate 95 near Daytona. Identity, I guess it is a man. Efforts to identify the man have involved a number of persons coming forward to help to identify, Duff said, but the results have been negative. The victim was buried Monday, but so this, so what's weird is we're part of that being exhumed. We didn't do that portion, but we're going to help fund the identification. Found at the death scene was a bicycle reported stolen. Remember that crazy one? Is DNA much for a case? What? Is DNA enough for a case, and was there... which case are you talking about? This hasn't been solved yet. Found at death scene was a bicycle reportedly stolen May 3rd from a New Smyrna beach home. Obviously, that's connected to the case. According to the medical examiner, the victim had been dead about 4 days, indicating the apparent murder occurred the same day the bicycle was stolen. So, I mean, obviously the bicycle and his death have a connection somehow. Authorities said Wednesday, however, they have been unable to make a positive connection. Well, I mean, you don't need to. It's just logically, right? You don't need to. I mean, how is that not connected? Unidentified body baffles sheriff investigators. Today marks the 5th week since the body of a young man was found stabbed to death. This is 1972, by the way. It is the latest unsolved murder listed in Volusia County. Still unidentified, the approximately 5 foot 6 inch, 122 to 130 pound, brown, wavy haired youth, believed to be about 20 years old, was possible victim of a sex murder, authorities say. Art Dees of the Sheriff's Office said Tuesday, we are still getting some very strong leads. Down here it says, the strongest leads seem to be a bicycle found at the death scene, reported stolen from a New Smyrna beach home on May 3rd, just 4 days before the body was discovered by two motorcyclists. The victim was stabbed 7 times. So now we got that. Not just a chest injury. Now he was stabbed 7 times, according to the medical examiner. 3 times in the chest, 3 times in the left leg, and once in the abdomen. No weapons had been discovered, but it's believed to be a pocket knife size. And now we're getting to more specific information. This, I mean, for NamUs to have nothing in there to this, found unclothed from the waist down. So now you're in the realm of a serial killer type person, because this is a sexually motivated crime at this point. Found unclothed from the waist down on May 7th. The youth's trousers still hung from one leg, authorities said. You know, the reason I say serial killer is because anybody that does this one time where you attack a young kid and kill them during a sexual assault likely did it again other times, right? Anyways, he was wearing blue jean jacket, black loafers, and a short sleeve maroon and white pullover knit shirt. He was buried May 22nd in Volusia County. It is not unusual for us to have a list of 100 missing persons any day, Dees said. We have sent all the details of the case to the FBI Washington files and have fingerprinted the victim's hands. Although badly decomposed, they have not indicated he had a crime record. Also, Dees continued, when persons over 17 are missing from home, parents don't always report it. They sort of figure, particularly in the case of males, it's just time for them to wander. At first, a considerable number of persons came to identify the victim, very similar to Daniel Armentrout. All right, then we got this one. Now they're 3 months in. I went and found all these after Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick told me about it. I was having a hard time finding it, and then I figured out the correct words to put in. You know, Indian Lake Road. I mean, how many times is that going to be in the paper? And then it started showing up all the different results. You guys interested in this? I think we've lost about 40 people since I started. Well, it's not Kohberger, forget it. Okay. All right, the man believed to be about 20 years old had been stabbed at least 7 times and clothing had been stripped from his body. Since then, Volusia County Sheriff deputies have been unable to identify the victim. His body has been buried in an unmarked county grave. We've exhausted every lead, Sheriff Ed Duff said Monday. We've sent fingerprint copies to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and we have struck out everywhere. The FBI has checked every record. The Department of Law Enforcement has checked every record. Nothing checks. We can't identify the body. Duff said the only hope in the case is that somewhere, someplace, someone has to know the victim. Someone must have seen him. Duff issued he sounds really frustrated. The adjoining police sketch of the dead man. He is described as 5'3", 110 to 120 pounds, brown medium length hair, good teeth, and having no visible scars or tattoos. When found, a pair of purple and gray tweed effect pants was dangling from his ankle. Blue jean jacket, black loafers, and a short sleeve pullover knit shirt also were found in the area. In addition, deputies said they found a black leather wallet with blue and green paint on it containing $6.17. Anyone having any information concerning the victim is asked to contact the nearest law enforcement agency. The victim was found May 27th by 2 motorcyclists. A coroner's report indicated he had been dead at least 4 days, and that's exactly when the bike was stolen. Cause of death is listed as internal bleeding, which is, from stabbing. We believe he was the victim of a sexual attack, Duff said, and it's probably was something of a, he says, we'll just say gay nature. He had been, so probably a male on male, but not that the victim was gay, right? That's what he's trying to say. He had been disrobed and all the hair, listen to this part, of his lower body had been shaved off. Which is, now we heard later in another article that his pubic hair was shaved off. So that means that this person was likely a pedophile who wanted this younger person that's small to look like what he desires. You get what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? Huh? What are you guys talking about? Yeah, this sketch is horrendous. Look at that thing. My God, it looks. It looks like they're selling hair products in a 1940s newspaper. That's what that sketch looks like. But man, wasn't that crazy right there, though, you guys? According to investigators, Art D's deputies. What the heck? Come on, tighten up. Jesus. Thank you. No, they didn't. They didn't, Marco. There's a lot better sketches than that. You're incorrect, Marco. No, thank you. So look at that. He had been disrobed and all the hair on his lower body had been shaved off. According to investigators, do you guys agree with that? That this person, this guy's so small, this kid, that the person who killed him is a pedophile who found a victim, but he shaved them to look like what he liked. According to investigators, Art D's deputies are working on the theory the young man was killed somewhere other than in the wooded area, but brought to the area after his death. We are fairly sure he was not killed where he was found, where we found him, as we found no signs of a struggle or any fresh blood. A bicycle reported stolen in New Smyrna Beach 4 days before the young man's body was found was also found at the death scene, as were a number of empty beer cans. Authorities, however, have been unable to link the bicycle with the victim. Although several people have come forward to identify the body, none have been successful. Anybody? Nobody's going to answer my question? All right. I believe Harmon, John Doe. Yeah, there's these people who think it's a different, certain person. Oh yeah, I haven't read any of these. So he's actually in here, you know, like the badly decomposed. Do you guys not think what I just said? That he shaved the person because this guy's a pedophile and he wanted him to look like that? Not one of you responded when I asked you if you think that. I mean, I'm just curious. It just seems like it's so obvious. I don't know. It's a shitty sketch. Right, okay. Well, I think it's pretty obvious, Marco. I mean, maybe somebody like you can't figure it out, but yeah. The badly decomposed body of a young male was found floating in a pond. The victim had been stabbed to death a few days prior. See, we read that he was in a creek or something prior to being discovered, and his body showed evidence of violent trauma. Additionally, his pants had been removed from his body and were hanging off one of the legs, suggesting a sexual assault, but this was never confirmed. The decedent was originally thought to have been about 20 years old, but findings in 2013 exhumation of his remains indicated that he was much younger than what was initially estimated, most likely being in his early teens. The body was too decomposed to retrieve fingerprints despite attempts to do so by the FBI. There was also, that's weird because they said that they did get fingerprints in that article, insufficient DNA available for profiling. Brown hair, shaved pubic area, see that? Benign bone tumor in right leg. Fusing, so the person, the killer, shaved. See, I think what happened was he was killed somewhere else, brought to where they were found, and he was dead, and then they shaved him. So these people, I think, were, whoever did this was just absolutely psycho. Jeez, I'm getting tired of you, Marco. I'm being honest. I don't know what else to say. Let's see. Stabbing on its own can be seen as a right, but we're talking about he had his pants down to his ankle, and they shaved his pubic hair, so it's obviously a sexual nature. And I think his small stature, they thought maybe he was like a younger kid, so to make him look like that, they shaved the pubic hair off. That's what I think. I mean, what other reason would you have to do that? Right. I mean, look at that sketch there. That sketch makes him look like he's 45. Don't you guys agree? Look at the really high hairline right there. Jesus. Man. I mean, that looks more like a kid, you know. This guy here, forget it, man. That looks like Bill O'Reilly, for God's sakes. Look at that. That's Bill O'Reilly. Yeah, anyways, okay, well, that's going to do it, you guys. A sketch, I would think we were looking for a middle. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Crazy. Stupid. Well, I got extremely lucky tonight with the generosity of, you know, not as many people tonight, but some very generous super chats, etc. You guys want to see? Look at the. Let me show you what that looked like earlier when that crazy. Where is it? Hold on. This is the chart of viewers. Does that look normal to you? Look, doesn't this look normal? Like if I was just going to go like this. That looks normal. Look at this. Bing, bing, the Bart Simpson haircut up there. So when I'm showing YouTube this, they don't say that there's anything wrong. It's like, what are you talking about? That is so not normal right there. Where all of a sudden it gets up to 2,000 and goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And then it gets right back to where it should be right after that. So obviously there's something wrong there. And they don't seem to ever have the answer. Alright, so thank you to, let's see, Shelby Woo Woo, Vogue, Mary Buckles, K-Me, GSU PM with a cat eye. Then we had Cheryl Moran with a double cat eye. Sandy Shirley, then Karen Morrison, Linda Howell, My Father's Alibi, then Lanky Tor, then Cinnamonson Freak, Cindy J, Bonnie, Cheryl Moran, then gifted 10 memberships. Then I gifted 5. Then we had Full Deck gifted 1, then Lanky Tor gifted 5, then this account, Meme, Moofies, and then we had Tighten Up with a cat eye, Tighten Up with a cat eye, then Moofies, Meme, then Tighten Up with a cat eye. So, I mean, it's pretty crazy, but I would say, let's see, that all but like $40 are from those bigger, you know, like, there's only like $40 or something from just the regular show. I don't think I've ever seen a night quite like this one. Pretty weird how that went down. So we had let's see, Kenna M on PayPal. I'm gonna put it in there. Then let's see, Joshua on I think it's Venmo. Let's see. Then we had let's see, Holly. I think I'm trying to remember if I put everybody in there. So Holly. And then Justin. Thank you. What's going on? One for the road. If I win, spin again. Wow. Jesus. Well, thank you.
I have two.
Wow, very kind. Then we had Ted Bundy and then Alley Cat. And then, let's see. And I think, oh yeah, then I think Egyptian Princess. And then Lisa Valenzuela. Maybe some of these are doubled up. I don't know. But anyways, here we go. We're going to do the spin. Hopefully I got everybody. If I don't, it's just kind of random. Alright, so here we go. Wheel of Names. Alright, here we go. Bing! Oh, let me get that off the screen. Thanks, Tighten Up. Oh, look at, hey, Cheryl Moran jumped in there. All right. Didn't she say that she would want, what did you say, Cheryl? Did you want me to respin on that? I don't remember. I can't remember if you said that or not. How about we'll remove all those. Cheryl Moran, if you want one of those, let me know. And then I'll shuffle again and spin it one more time. Oh, okay, so now two more times. Oh, Moofies! There you go, Moofies. Man, that was amazing. I think you won with one piece of pie there. Alright, so now we're spinning again for Cheryl Moran's. Egyptian Princess. Alright. You want me to spin again, Moofies? Didn't I just send you one? I don't know. You want me to spin again? Okay, so now we're going. So we've got, who was the last one? Oh yeah, it was Egyptian Princess. Alright, here we go. Well, it's going to land on Tighten Up, I think. Oh, just barely. All right, now watch this. I just removed all of his. Look how now it just narrowed it down to, you know. So here we go. So Tighten Up won that one. But he wanted me to respin. So here we go. Who's going to win this one? No, Mary Buckles. All right, there we go. Very cool. So, Mary Buckles, if you're out there, an Egyptian Princess, make sure to send me an email. That'd be pretty cool. Awesome. No thanks, Marco. All right, everybody. Thank you all very much for being here tonight. Appreciate it. We actually did pretty good. We made it way past the goal, so maybe that'll hopefully make up for yesterday's debacle. That was crazy. I don't know what happened. It wasn't horrendous. It was just like Jesus, yeah. But today I think makes up for that one. Hopefully the video does good. You know, see if we can get this month to kick some ass. Who the hell knows? But did you guys find the show at least interesting? And by the way, that case we just covered is one that we're going to be funding the genetic genealogy on. So there you go. Hopefully we'll get, because that one actually might lead, I don't know if it'll lead to a killer, because that seems like a case where there's this kid that leaves a group home, maybe steals a bike, and he's driving around, and then somebody goes, hey, do you want to get some beer or something? And they kill him. You know, and it might not be, there's no direct connection. What happened, Moofies? Let's see. I don't know what your question is, Moofy. So you always waste your time typing in something else, you know? Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Ask the question, and then I see it. You know, well, the one time I see you, ask it. What is my favorite color? Let's see. I don't know. It used to be green, but you know, I don't. Gray. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. What do you guys? Red, maybe? We'll just say red. Oh, now I can't because Marco said it. Maybe something else. I feel like timing Marco out, so all of his comments are gone. Every time I read any of them, I get frustrated. You know. Let's see. I don't know. How about what gray, blue, and let's see. Yeah, gray. My dog was blue, so gray. And then maybe red too. So put red, gray, and blue. How about that? There you go. I don't know what you're talking about, but there you go. Color palette. I don't know if I had a palette. It just turned out that way. No, you didn't read my mind, Marco. I'm wearing red on the screen here, and my logo has red in it. Your favorite color is Zafri? Did you just pick that to be different? Yeah, that's kind of cool looking. Like that right there. That's kind of cool. It's like a blue. It's like almost kind of reminds you of really right before the sun goes down or something. Okay, this is going to be fun. I'm going to time him out for 1 minute. That way every single comment's gone. Ah, thank you. I don't have to read all that again. That was awesome. Nothing of value either. Let's see. We appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for being the best. Yeah, it's awesome. All right, you guys. Thank you so much. And thanks, Josh. Nice comment there. Yeah. I got more videos I'm going to work on. I'm going to work on my theory, but I'm going to do the 360-degree video, but that's not going to be uploaded as 360. I'm just going to use it as the tool to explain. But I'm going to have my theory. I think it shouldn't be too hard. But the only issue is moving. I'm going to have the character kind of moving around as, you know, with the camera. Because I'm going to always follow, like, Kohberger, you know, something like it's going to be on him. Why do you keep saying Kohberger Gray? He's innocent until proven guilty, you bastard. Yeah, like, so nothing then, Zozo. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, we're always doing stuff. And maybe tomorrow, I think I got some, like, Plunder actually sent me, gave me access to a whole bunch of videos, and I don't know if they're new things or what's going on, but they're like unedited audio, you know, videos or whatever in the Madeline Soto case, so we can take a look at that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. There's always something new coming out. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, and thanks for all the support tonight. Really appreciate it. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And where's the button? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person.
Not even one, Gray.
Not even one.
Dissector.
Flick rejector.
I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you on a stretcher. If you try to play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector. And I'm always gonna be a pop protector. Full of lector, interceptor. And I'll mean a little spectre with a vector on his pector with a spectre. Just remember, projection. I have no agenda. I'm no pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal a true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? That's right, everybody. And sorry when the, you know, I'm trying my best, like when the trolls show up, to just roll on by, but it's just too hard, man. It's too hard for me. And they always think that they're not trolls, but a troll is somebody who, they try to make the show about them in the chats, you know? Like they come in and they start whining if you don't answer the questions, they keep saying. And after a while, I just, you know, I just can't let it go. I'm working on trying to do that, but man, do I really want to? Anyways, thanks everybody. See you guys later. Be safe out there. Oh wait, I gotta play this one.
We are